Here we are. Back to Road Crater. Hello, Bathwater. I see you've already called me a slur. Glad we're on the right track. Now, tell you what we can agree on. I may be an inhuman monster, but I'm an inhuman monster from Earth. And these space aliens gotta go. There's a key. Here we are. You refuse any alignment with me? Now that's just hurtful. Abomination? Come on. It's made so much better by the pelvic thrust emote you add. Alright, we're gonna try the shadow quarters again. I'm using that like NVIDIA noise canceling thing. It's a dance. Oh yeah, when I zoom in, it's clearly like doing the monkey from Johnny Bravo. But when it's low texture just in the chat, like when I'm looking at the full art of it, it's clearly a dance. But low texture in chat, it looks like a pelvic thrust. And that's wonderful. Oh, Argenta gestures for your attention. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about Reverend Hieronymus's request. He asked us to search for a potential cultist den in Footfall's shadow quarters. Seem weighed down by something. What? No. Argenta shakes her head and rubs her temples tiredly. Apologies, Rogue Trader. Being here on Footfall is difficult for me. Thrust into my pelvic? Okay. It's a minor personal weakness, but I'm as ready to fight as ever. It'll have no effect on my combat skills. If something is troubling you, tell me. Perhaps I can help. Agenda shoots you a wary look. I suppose I could share it with you, but the tale will be long and I'll have to start from the beginning. Okay. I wasn't born in the Expanse. I was sent here to be a guardian of a reliquary on Footfall, but my ship became caught in a warp anomaly, and although it lasted only days for those on board, decades had flown by in real space. Oh yeah, I've heard about those. And at last I arrived on Footfall. Felt like I had been erased from time. No one was waiting for me on this side of the moor. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my imminent arrival, had died. The reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard had instead been taken under the protection of Reverend Hieronymus and his brethren. They were more than up to the task. They had no need of my help. Nah, that's gotta kill your friggin' your self-worth. Like, oh, I disappeared for decades and no one noticed. Footfall became my cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had here. The way back to Calixis seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my order, they too would have lived decades without me by that point. Whenever I'm reminded of those months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into a pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out to be true. Can't wait to prove with my bolter that the world and the Imperium need me. How and why did your stay on Footfall come to an end? Something must have changed? Yes, a sign, almost a portent, showed me the right path. Give her purpose? That's the plan. I mean, her purpose is serving the Emperor, but I think she's getting a purpose
Make her a mother of 3. You know what? If I can get there, I absolutely will, Bathwater. That is part of the plan. Simping for an Adepta Sororita is half of why I became an Emperor-fearing man. It's what led me to walk through fire with literally no protection. It worked, so... That was the other half. The fact that the thing she said would work did.
It's not something I can speak of like this, on the street, in this den of malice. Let us be on our way. All I'll say is that on footfall I met Lady Theodora and joined her. That was the end of my languishing in this place.
What was it that Reverend Roman...
I already know that. No footfall better than me. Do you think the rumors of heretics are true? There was a time when I'd have said it was likely a fabrication. One can say many things about the Casbalka mission, and the other shady operators on footfall, but even those thugs are loyal to the Emperor, so they mercilessly exterminate outright heretics in their territory. Now...
Yes, I was similar. Remember, I was a crime kingpin before this game started. I didn't deal with Xeno artifacts, though I did get taken in for questioning at one point, and, they let me go because they found no proof I had ever dealt with Xeno artifacts. Because I wasn't stupid.
Heretics have launched an open attack on a rogue trader ship. A member of your dynasty, Conrad Voigtvatir, has turned out to be one of them. Footfall itself is sinking deeper and deeper into madness. These times of strife, I'm willing to believe in heretics who openly perform their dark rituals and brazenly mock their dens with sacrilegious symbols.
Let's keep going. One sec. My cat's freaking out again.
Man. Oh, you can't be in my chair. You be in that chair.
It's not the one I'm sitting in. Ooh.
The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area,
Don't worry, I
anticipating an
let the pussy in.
encounter with a mutant or a bandit.
Why are your recollections of this so blue? And the more you talk about it, the darker the blue becomes.
The hell is this? Rising sun symbol. Seems oddly repulsive, even sinister. Oh, good. We're 3 steps in and there's a goddamn heretical symbol. New wig is too tight. Suppose I could have gone without it, but the old one is just too old. Love your cats? I love my kitty. Actually, I have 2 cats in the house, but only one of them is mine. And the one that is mine, I love him. But he's been very clingy today, I'm not sure why. Climbing up into my lap, and usually he won't even touch me. Well, let me rub his head, but he was just real up there today. Officially permitted rot gut be made by anyone. Also owns every workshop that makes distillery equipment on footfall, unofficially, of course. Love on them. Another one. Seems oddly repulsive, even sinister. There's multiples of these. There were rations for you and your husband. The husband kicked the bucket. 2 rations for me and my husband. Here's the stamp, the signature, it's all in order. There's a stamp, can't make it out at all. The letters don't fit in the boxes. Papers aren't fake by any chance, are they? Someone's trying to get past Imperial, thing. Can't blame them. And a lot of the rules the Imperium sets up just make things slower, rather than actually weed out heresy. Okay, just another one of those things. Small nook in the stone is empty apart from dust and a few scraps of paper. There's evidence that the cache once had a small door covering it and a locking mechanism. Dang, too bad I couldn't get at that. Fine, I'll take it. Go to the warehouse, I guess. Why not? Guess you'll try playing Pathfinder again? Wrath of the Righteous or Kingmaker? Because I've played both of those. Or maybe you just... Actually, I think those are the only Pathfinder games. I could be wrong about that, I'll admit, but... Kingmaker? Kingmaker's pretty fun. Though I always... My big thing about Kingmaker is, I hate that most of the default portraits they offer you are just portraits of characters in the game. So... You might pick a portrait and then, like, an hour in realize, oh, that's one of my party members who is going to frequently be there. I've broken my immersion. Can you pass character creation because it made you... You couldn't settle on anything? I would recommend you download a portrait pack. If you can't... If you run into that same problem I did. Do it for Wrath of the Righteous, too, if you ever play that. It's basically... It's mechanically pretty much the same game. A lot of exploding barrels here. Glad they're not exploding yet. No, here. There's a weird thing that happens at certain angles in these games, because I think this is the exact same engine. I just came in here, found a bunch of goods. It's not a bad thing, just... Oop, what did I just pick up? Pair holster. Once per turn, when the wearer scores a critical hit with a pistol, next attack with a pistol costs 0 AP. If you were doing double pistol build, that would be really good, actually. My build is very slapdashed, and I think I would have done something else if I knew this system better. But I don't know this system, because I don't think this is even the same as the official Rogue Trader TTRPG system. I don't think. I could be wrong on that. You just ask people if they'll be your friend? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't see harm in it. Really? If you hang out with them enough, you just say, hey, are we friends? And that was just for some loot. Another one of these symbols. Another one. All over the place. The instinctive hum of discontented voices hangs over the crowd. The street vendors seem to be lacking some essentials, and in their impotence the people do not hold back their angry exclamations and curses. Wonder what's the right way to pray, before going to the bar or after? Probably before, so you're not drunk while you do it. Under a layer of rust, scratches, and ancient paint, the silhouettes of long erased letters are barely visible. Undoubtedly, in the past, this filthy sign was adorned with the proud name of the bureaucratic heart of the entire Imperium, Adeptus Administratum. Now it says Adeptus Massicus? Who can say? Writhing mass of no good fucking ignorance deserving of discipline. Well, I don't know. If the ignorants are beating the hell out of each other, that's not really my business. It's not until they start causing actual problems that I care. The Martyr's Endurance. Adeptus Amesicus, I think it says.
Oh my, this place has so many colors. Every shade I can imagine is floating in the air.
Let's see here. %. Pascal. Under the floor, you can see the remains of the void ship's life support system. Seems whoever dismantled the vessel decided just to leave it in place. I feel like that'd be a pain in the ass to remove, so sure, why not? Free shit. Medicae. Stuck to the plate are lumps of sawdust, toxic waste that's sometimes passed off as ordinary nutritious starch. Disturbing. Well, let me logic this one out. Menu system of the Adeptus Amesicus looks eerily similar to the design of the internal scan of the fuel. Who knows what that said? Of the fuel compartment. Someone has inserted new data into the void ship's cogitator left over from ancient times. Alright. Sometimes you gotta open that up to figure out what it said, because it's auto-scrolling. What's up with you? A flabby man in worn clothes is sighing sadly over a glass of murky booze. Only when he looks up at you do you notice his eyes. Large, piercing, and full of sorrow, a stark contrast to his unkempt appearance. He is someone actually wishes to keep me company. Allow me to introduce myself, Ghoti Skatov, architectural historian. You look deeply despondent over something. What happened? Ghoti sighs heavily. Here I go again, pouring my heart out to have you disappear in 10 minutes just like everyone else before you. Alright, here's the story of Ghoti Skatov, the unluckiest historian in the Imperium. I was born 2 sectors away from here. My family was quite influential, which allowed me to dedicate myself to my great passion, the history of Imperium architecture. Spent a number of years studying every scholarly work there was to find on this art, and then, once I had inherited my family's fortune, I traveled and documented in the development of architectural thought on different worlds, until one day, that accursed and blessed day, till one day I came into possession of something quite special. Ghoti pulls what looks like a book or an album with a homemade leather cover out of his bag. Both the pages and the binding look well worn. It is my undoing. It's an authentic booklet titled Duane's Design, one of the thousands that were printed centuries ago in the times of Footfall's construction. What a curious read. Please tell us more. Kasia takes a shy step forward. Ghoti smiles and shows her some of the faded pages. Footfall's founder, Lord Possumus, was obsessed with his creation's grand future. This booklet describes in detail what Footfall was meant to become upon its completion. Dozens of asteroids turned into glorious palaces and temples, massive bridges spanning the void itself, and marvelous flying buttresses. But... Do you mind? Sorry, continue. The archivolts of the exterior... You really took the wind out of my sails there. In the interior, proliferous 10 stories tall and more than a kilometer long. The fuck did you just say? I think we found the heretic. Do you know what system of measurement the Imperium of Man uses? Imperial. It actually is canon that they typically use Imperial measurements. Though I don't think it's like banned or anything. I think it's like basically the same as real life. They're like, do whatever, we don't actually care. Cyclopean light tubes that catch the light of Furibundus and use it to brighten the holes in the hearts of the asteroids. Stained glass windows and mosaics, bas reliefs and statues. Alright, let me just note that down. There we go. Keep listening. Emerging from his reverie, he catches himself, blushes slightly, and loudly flops back onto his seat. I apologize, I got carried away. You must understand how deep an impression this booklet left on me when my young self picked it up. Simply couldn't think about anything other than Footfall. Was ready to give my life just to see this incredible station. And of course, no matter how hard my friends and loved ones tried to dissuade me, I still gathered all my savings and set out on a journey. No easy feat to cross 2 sectors, especially for a common citizen, albeit one who has some resources at his disposal. Had to change one ship after another, times being forced to stay on transfer worlds, waiting for a vessel headed in the right direction or for warp disturbances to subside. Voyage took me a total of 107 years. In real space-time, of course. Me was much less than that, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 or 35. Then after all those years, having spent all my savings, I reached my dream. What did I see? A dump in place of the exquisite portico. Metal anthills clinging to the columns, the marble tiles pilfered by paupers to use as cladding for their hovels. Ghoti hangs his head. It's been a dozen years since I came here and I still haven't recovered from the shock. I suspected that not everything from the booklet would exist in reality, but I never expected to see Footfall in such a sorry state. It's like stumbling upon the horrible, decomposing corpse of your beautiful beloved. Argenta's gaze darkens. The warp, like a shameless thief, is guilty of stealing the short span allotted to his servants. What sense is there in spending half your life on such an enterprise, only to then lose your spirit and waste the remaining half on nothing at all? Your perseverance, Master Skatov, should have been applied elsewhere. However, the fact that you succumbed to indolence after your journey is far more deserving of reproach than your questionable choice of life goals. So then ink and paper too can lie and cause pain? Cassius sighs sadly. Does this mean that all I have ever read about will one day disappoint me with the ugliness of reality? You're an architectural historian. What happened to Footfall not part of its history? Ghoti strokes his goatee in thought. Yes, Footfall's current appearance, slums fused together with the remains of majestic palaces, is a unique phenomenon. Would be curious to observe if other places have taken after it, thereby solidifying it as a new style of architecture, if it still remains a local oddity. My word, you certainly know how to provide an unexpected perspective on things. Be that as it may, I just wanted to say, thank you for hearing me out. Of the dozen years I've spent on Footfall, not one person has hung around long enough to listen to my story to the end. Such a delight to have shared everything that's been weighing on my mind. I'm poor as a church's mouse, but I still have something to offer you as a token of my appreciation. After studying the booklet thoroughly, I discovered something interesting. A ciphered message scattered throughout its pages. Oh? Taking the form of a riddle, it described certain places of interest on Footfall. I believe it is the work of the booklet's creators. Do these riddles lead to something? Wondrous discovery? Gladly share what I've been able to learn with you. Riddles? A flash of burning, almost childish curiosity brightens Cassia's austere countenance. I'm right there with you, Cassia. Riddles! You not tried to make this wondrous discovery for yourself? I have, of course, but I'm an old man who's blind in one eye, can barely move his legs. Never found anything. Doesn't mean there's nothing to find. At the places these riddles lead to. First location from the riddles isn't far from here. It's a bridge that was supposed to go through the center of the district and into the void toward the neighboring asteroid.
Only a couple of its spans were built, and even those lie in ruins. Still, if the cache survived after all those years, it's there somewhere. The second location is the Lantern of the Great Cathedral. Lantern is a small tower on top of a dome. Seen Footfall's atrium, haven't you? Whole atrium is just the nave of the former literal cathedral. Liege's entire so-called palace would have fit inside what was meant to be naught but a single room. The great cathedral, had it been built, would have been even bigger. But alas, its construction was just getting underway when Duane died and the work stopped. A lantern from its dome, however, had already been built and survived. Brought inside the atrium and dubbed the Chapel of St. Drusus the Warrior. That's all I know. I wish you luck in your search. Good luck to you as well. Leftovers of pitiful food are stuck to the sides of the plates. Who's leaving leftovers of their pitiful food? Unless it's that shit.
Rough day?
You have no idea.
I just might. That's the second bottle you've downed.
Jai Hidari. Falco sends his regards.
And what does that unholy scion of a Grox and a Brahan want from me this time? Oh, wait, I don't really care. My sole plans for tonight are drowning my grief in a sea of Amasak.
Who'll give you grief, all right? Get out!
Don't think so, Ashmag. And tell Falco to come himself next time.
Hidari, I am tired of your mess. Out! Get some sleep. We'll talk about settling up later.
Oh, come on, they attacked her.
Of my eyes. Can't you see my soul is full of sadness? Have you no heart at all? Let go of your material concerns and let me grieve in peace. Have we met somewhere before?
The woman looked at you with the glassy eyes of a drunk. You notice the two empty bottles that had been keeping her company before you arrived. She looks completely out of place in this dingy, smoky bar. Fancy attire, the abundance of jewelry, the implants plated with precious metals. Her appearance not only screams wealth, but also audacity. For only an audacious person would flaunt their wealth in a place like this.
Greetings, Shireen. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Call me Ungoth.
Well then, here's to our meeting. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you're someone special, since you've been granted an audience with the Liege of Footfall
Killer?
himself.
Well, hang on.
It's always a pleasure to make the acquaintance of someone powerful. And the timing couldn't be better.
Do I have a reason to kill her? Is she a heretic?
Jai Hidari at your service.
I mean, I've met her once before.
Shrewd commercial
Passed
broker,
by her, I guess.
And, may I steal my tongue if I'm lying, the most honest dealer on Footfall.
Party's full?
Nonetheless,
yeah, but
we
I
all have our problems, and at times even one's many merits aren't enough to solve
I mean,
them. Perhaps it would
I
be
didn't
no
kill my
trouble for a
seneschal.
person with your kind of
Don't need hangers
power
on.
and standing to assist someone with my kind of predicament.
She's a cold trader, a smuggler who deals in Xenos artifacts. Apart from this heresy, I know of no other grave crimes committed by her.
It is heresy to do that. But, like, on a scale of kill them on sight to tax them to hell, how heretical is it? Tax them to hell. Got it. What kind of cargo was stolen from you?
Goods of incredible rarity, Shireen. But it's not just that. 24 of my people lost their lives in the impenetrable emptiness of the void to acquire them. I cannot leave their families with nothing.
You are tugging at the heartstrings of a man who replaced his heart with at least 6 guns. Try again. Ordinary smugglers do not dress so ostentatiously or behave so brazenly. They're unlikely to spoil the mood of the Liege of Footfall with their mere appearance. This woman lost many people to obtain these rarest of goods, and to get them back she turned to Vladame Tokara, the patron of all cold trade in the Expanse. Her cargo can be nothing other than Xeno artifacts, creations of the enemies of humanity, branded with heresy. Take her on, but make her feel highly unwanted and very uncomfortable. But here's the thing.
She is doing some heresy. You asking an upstanding citizen to be party to the trafficking of Xeno artifacts?
I thought we were on the same page from the start, Shireen. Please accept my sincerest apologies if that is not the case, and allow me to explain myself.
Do try.
If I had told you directly, you would have become, shall we say, complicit. But since those illicit words did not escape my lips, you would hypothetically be agreeing merely to help me recapture a few containers. And if the Aji suddenly decided to thwart our plans, then all the Void Dogs would be unleashed on me alone. My sincerest wish was to protect you from any unnecessary trouble, Shireen. I swear, by the Exalted One.
Few questions first.
Ask as many as you wish, Shireen. Trust is the key to a successful endeavor.
What exactly do you need help with?
You see, Shireen, there's one cardinal rule on Footfall. Anything goes as long as it doesn't get in the way of business. I'm someone who's been able to exploit that rule to the fullest. And in recent years, I've hit it so big, I've become a speck of sand in someone's green eye. They used to throw small wrenches into my dealings here and there. Well, now they've decided to really put their backs into it. Some rats stolen my cargo and dragged it off to the seediest part of the Shadow Quarters. A crummy place even for connoisseurs of Footfall's unique atmosphere. When I asked the Liege for protection, we had a mutual misunderstanding. I believe Vladimir, in a most lamentable fashion, has forgotten his duties as guardian of the downtrodden and wronged. So I'm in desperate need of a new one. And you, Shireen, fit the bill perfectly. All I need is for you to drop by one dark corner of Footfall Shadow Quarters and pound it into the thieves' heads that taking Heydari's property carries certain risks.
Jay appears to be a serious operator on Footfall. The Liege's refusal to help means the loss of a potential ally, so Jay is encroaching on his turf. If Vladimir is not responsible for the disappearance of Jay's cargo, he will certainly benefit greatly from it. I suspect that Vladimir wants to keep the cargo out of your hands, and I want to put him in his place.
May the Exalted One bless you and your progeny. Then here's what we'll do. We shouldn't be seen together before we make it to the safe house. I'll head there first. I'll take my own special route so I won't be spotted. Right. Here, that's where those ashmags are keeping the stolen cargo. Out the bar, over the bridge, and to the left. There in the depths you'll find a small courtyard, through which you can get to the place. I'll be waiting nearby. You can come when it suits you, but the sooner you do, the better. I'll see you then, Shireen.
The hell is a Shireen? A bit of carousing. Decanter used to contain a cheap amasec, which, for the sake of attractiveness, has obviously been enriched with a deodorizing agent. Pascal, give it a shot. There you go. Bunch of cargo-y stuff. Ooh. What the fuck? By the throne, that's him, isn't it? Poor sap who got his tongue cut out by the embers. That's the one. He was from the Kasbalika. His troubles are over now. I think he's supposed to be on the ground, but he didn't fall over because sometimes corpses don't do that in this game. Upholstery of the dirty sofa moves slightly. Soft hissing can be distinctly heard from the depths of the furniture. Oh, there's a snake in the couch. Gross. Master-crafted power maul. Huh. Now, swords give you a parry chance. So I think that's a little bit better than the maul. Though mauls are cool. Rizza. I'm just gonna steal your shit. Pascal, steal their shit. Alright, who are you? The woman looks to be in her 40s. She's surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against her dusky skin, while her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Looking for something specific? Buying or maybe selling? Don't be shy, just ask. Old Rizza knows all kinds of folks. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. Rizza falls silent, though her eyes don't leave your face. Her expression gradually shifts, from tactless interest to astonished deference. I know you, Ngoth. Who'd have thought a high flyer such as yourself would ever land in our neck of the woods? Before becoming a rogue trader, you were a Calixian crime lord. Hey, that's finally coming to point. Audacious schemes you pulled off, they're the stuff of legend. And the Casbalica could learn a thing or two. Somebody like you will offer only the best prices, the real deal. Henrik gives you a look, one that is more amused than suspicious. Quite the admirers you have, rogue trader. Grandpa Bakval says hello. Riz's face breaks into a broad smile. Oh, rascal. I croaked in the mines a long time ago. My Bakval's still alive and kicking, you say? I actually didn't. I actually shot them in the face. But I got the password first, so that's all she needs to know. Me and him have been through a lot of interesting scrapes together, and all the weird and wonderful things we've acquired. Phrasing. Bagval wouldn't send his regards along with just anyone. Must have done him a good turn. Because of that, old Rizza's gonna give you a special discount. These boys you work with. Rizza lowers her booming, raspy voice. Heard about how the Clipper St. Cognatius got hit recently? Cargo was cleaned out, everything of value taken. That was my boy's handiwork. An ill-considered confession. Shut the fuck up, Heinrichs. Confession? What are you on about? Old Rizza just likes to embellish when she wants to make an impression. Nonsense she spouts in the presence of important people. Call ourselves the Fellowship of the Void. An association of enterprising, like-minded people who help the upstanding citizens of the Imperium rid themselves of the possessions that are weighing them down. Terribly noble of you. It's a heavy burden. Someone's got to shoulder it, don't they? Glad you see where I'm coming from. Let me see. I have a lot of rep with these guys, actually, because I did do a lot of trade with them. Ooh, now I get cool discounts, too. Just a Mezua auto pistol. Pirate chainmail. Medium armor at 50%, that's not bad. Though my Sin Skin's probably better still. Especially on account of. Bayonet knife. When the wielder attacks with any ranged weapon at a 1-cell range, the attack also inflicts bleeding 4. Neat. Parry reduction and armor penetration from melee attacks. Serrated greatsword. Laceration on a crit. Brinkwalker pendant. Wearer can move without provoking attacks of opportunity as long as they have less than half wounds. Staff of endless flame. It's a pyromancy. Apex Predator's gloves. Wearers already gained a bonus from Hunt Down the Prey. Whenever they kill a target marked as prey, gain a stacking bonus from this ability once again. Bonus duplicates the higher tier bonus from Hunt Down the Prey that the wearers already gain. The highest tier bonus. Oh. This would be really good on me specifically. I don't have enough stuff to make it, but I'm also not quite friends enough with them for it. But I have a 5-point discount. Ritobi pattern foe hammer. It is a one-handed shotgun. Tactical backpack.
+1 rate of fire or strike count for any weapon capable of burst attacks. That'd be good on, Argenta. 2 melee weapons equipped. Gain 10 weapon skill and 15% crit damage. That's good. Splinter pistol. Ah, a Drakari weapon. Meh. Archmilitant's boots. Whenever the wearer performs a melee attack after a ranged attack, target of the melee attack should pass a toughness resistance test with a -15 penalty or get knocked prone. Cool. A Deathworld armored body glove. That's really strong light armor. And gives you +2 movement points if you're from a Deathworld. Drusus Prime Pattern Shotgun. Even more armor pen and more damage than the combat shotgun I have. Breacher Boots. Area attack damages at least 2 enemies with a 2-cell radius from the wearer. The wearer gains the kick ability, costing 0 B to use until the end of their turn. A Force Sword. Area attacks with this weapon increase veil degradation by an amount and deal that % more damage. Deals additional damage. Earthbreaker. Attacks with this weapon decrease agility, toughness, and strength by 4 even when parried or dodged. Wow. Breacher, I hardly know her. Good one. Blood Oath or Oath of Vengeance. They gain a use of dash, costing 0 P until the end of turn. Grimoire of the Void. Chance of triggering psychic phenomena 15%. All warp damage dealt is increased by 6. A big-ass hammer. Poet's Grace. 25 Commerce and Persuasion. Vox Relay. An ally under the effect of the wearer's Bring It Down ability successfully hits with an attack or targets them with an ability. Gain 1 fellowship and willpower in the end of combat for each different enemy hit or targeted. That's okay. One-handed... I think that's a friggin' auto-axe. Carnage. A successful hit with this axe increases critical damage of this axe by 25% until the end of combat. It's an axe with... and it's a chain weapon, yeah. Inilath, an Aldari weapon. Came in here looking for info on the cults, or on the heretics, but I didn't find any. Found other stuff, including, I'm pretty sure she's a companion, considering she's full voice there. Now I can go there straight away from now on if I want to. Interesting. I guess that's convenient for if I wanted to go to that shop, yeah. The hell? Rising sun symbol. Oh, it's like shaped weird. People in the crowd look greedily at goods for which they have neither coupons nor money. Greedy peasants. You want it that bad, just fucking steal it. Wastewater, unsafe for drinking even after purification, and now being used for laundering. Behind the closed doors, you hear the humming of primitive washing machines and the voices of laundry workers singing Empire songs. Oh, simple songs. I thought it was Imperial. I was like, oh, such wonderful music while you do your work. No.
Rising Sun symbol. Well-worn poster with a call to serve the Imperium. Another symbol. Clear the rubble. It's too rubbly. Give me that shit. Grenadier's gloves. Using grenades costs -1 AP. Enemies suffer 2 additional damage from the wearer's grenades. I think you would... I usually give you my grenades, speaking of which. Pascal. Thank you, Pasky. Boo. Flamer like that? Oh, those guys. Let's refuel here. Show you how it's done. Okay, so we fought these guys in another timeline, and they one-shot Argenta, so I just said, no, I'm not doing that. Let's try it again. Melt-a-charge. I'll take that. Specifically, this asshole is really strong. So I need to make him not strong. Comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lot. I need to do something to make him not fuck everything up for us. Another one. Things are friggin' everywhere. Unavailable. Then why are you highlighting it, game? Voice of command and Goth. Oh yeah, front line here-ish, I guess. Back line. And rear. I'm in the butt. Air of authority. Bring it down. Could do some damage to him. Let's analyze that first, though. That's a bit better. How many weaknesses? He's got 4. Dodge, parry, and armor reduced. I'm already at, like, near max %, so I don't think that's necessary. I have a surefire plan. And it's to shoot him in the head. Did it work? Sure did. Also, you're my prey, jackass. Prepare to suck dick. Cabela? Please get to the murdering. And then rush back into cover. There you go, girl.
Let's make it quick.
Here he comes. Petty.
Out of my way. Let's get to it.
Chop. Ooh. Ow. Can I see him? I can. You're still weak, bitch. Cover efficiency reduction. Let me actually look at this guy. How much armor does he have? 50%. Okay, then in that case, let's make that less. It also made him lose a bunch of health. Also, I'm in the perfect spot. Ooh, crit for 61 damage.
Scared yet?
Ah.
Hold on.
Yeah. Right here, Pascal. And just brutalize them. There's my boy. I want this guy even less able to do shit. I don't want him allowed to think.
Here we go.
That guy just set himself on fire. Ah, dang it, he moved me out of my perfect spot. Ah. Did you just throw 2 stun grenades and neither of them did anything? Because that's really funny. You burn your own guy. Haha, you missed. Let's just do this one. And, strength and toughness. Put that on yourself, Heinrichs. A little bit of veil, but it'll be fine. Chop this guy out. There you go. And then Argenta, apparently that stun grenade did work. Goth, bring it down. This has a chance to kill him. Let's make it more than a chance. He actually regained health from that because I removed too much of his shit. Crap. But I have a surefire plan. I'm gonna shoot him. Damn it. Voice of command on Argenta. Give her a little temp hits. And tell her to get back in the fight to remove burning from her. Just take the fire, Cabela. This is not gonna hurt that much.
Let's make it quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Break you down. That's for getting rid of my best. That's for getting rid of my waifu in the previous timeline, you shit. It's called a gun. Expose this guy. Make it so he doesn't know what he is either.
Out of my way.
Ooh.
Let's
Crit.
get to it.
Miss. Yeah.
Hold on.
This guy all the way at the back. Heinrichs, deal with this asshole. Clearly he doesn't understand what he's done. Give a little bit of healing to Cabela. Little bit. You know what? Just a little. I'm gonna afford a little bit of degrading the veil. As a treat. Aha! You didn't hit me. It's okay. It's alright, you still didn't hit me. You are the chosen this time. Get back in the fight. Stop being on fire. Go ahead, take a turn, I guess. Why not? Shoot that guy. You're probably not gonna hit, but try. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ugh. Thank you, Cabela. We get into the perfect spot. And then I'm gonna shoot him. Well done, team. Nice level. Pascal, get better at executing first. Let's see. Executioner immediately inflicts bleeding on an ally of their choice, including themselves. They gain a 5 plus 10% of their Medicaid bonus to dodge, and 3 additional MP until bleeding ends for any reason. No thank you. Executioner gains bonuses to their parameters for each creature, enemy or ally in combat suffering from the following damage over time effects. Bleeding, 2%, half of their toughness bonus percent armor, burning the same in dodge, toxin, a deflection bonus per creature, up to a max of your tough bonus. Huh. Let's see. Next, ranged attack or psychic staff ability. Damage over time on all targets hit. It is physical, inflicts toxin. If it's energy, it inflicts burning. Level of this damage over time effect is equal to a seventh of the minimum weapon damage. Only applied once per target after all their effects from the attacker applied. Meh. All enemies suffering from dot effects in a 4-cell radius around the executioner immediately suffer an extra instance of damage from those effects. Replaces 30% of max wounds of their wounds with the same number of temporary wounds until the end of combat. While they have temporary wounds, all their melee attacks and damage over time effects deal an additional that percent damage. That's pretty good. Melee attack forces all enemies hit to run away in a straight line for up to 3 cells. Targets do not provoke attacks of opportunity and leave a blade trail on the ground which remains until the end of combat. Movement through these blood-stained cells costs the executioner no MP. I think pain resonance. Grand strategy. Let's see. Choose one of the combat tactics areas. For 1 round, all enemies in that area are forced to reroll successful dodge or parry tests against all attacks. And enemies that suffer damage are left with less than 16 wounds immediately die. That's pretty good. The combat 1 round, all attacks by allies in that area inflict the overwhelmed effect on any enemies that fails a willpower resistance test for 1 round. And they suffer minus 21 ballistic skill, 25% rate of fire, minus 13 weapons skill. Melee creatures have their MP reduced by 3, and ranged creatures try to get behind cover. Creature counts as a melee creature if it has at least 1 melee weapon. This additional effect does not work on some stronger enemies. And Stronghold, allies in the area gain a small amount of armor, cannot be overpenetrated, immunity to prone, 2 deflection against area attacks, and they do not suffer injuries for receiving damage. Wow. Those are the ones it recommends. I can see why. Overwhelming seems like it'd be quite useful. All allies within the range of 8 cells gain the ability to move to that area. Movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity and does not spend MP. That looks like something I want to get after I get one of these. Target areas bonuses are doubled. Again, something I want. Cannot be used. All other tactical areas of discharge cannot be used this turn, but can be designated again next round. The combat tactics areas, for 1 round, all allies in that area gain cover efficiency and reroll all failed characteristic tests. Cover in the area does not suffer any damage. I think kill zone just to kill shit. Okay. Cabela with your Arch-Militant. Let's say all targets to make a toughness resistance test with a minus 10 penalty. For her, it'd be bleeding every time. Oh, power weapons count as both energy and rending. Power hammers count as both energy and impact. That's interesting, so you could get multiple effects. Attacks that combine several types of damage will benefit from each additional effect. That's kind of neat. Melee gains plus 9 MP. They have stacks of versatility. They gain 3 more stacks, which last until the end of the turn. That's really good. Next attack this turn will cause 0 AP, will not count toward the attack limit per turn. Cost of this ability is reduced by 1 AP for every 4 stacks of versatility. Oh, it has 3 AP normal cost, but if she has a bunch of versatility stacks, it goes up. Okay, yeah, that. It's only once per turn, but that's still good. A kick that does not count towards their attack limit and counts as a single melee attack for the purpose of versatility. Cannot be parried and will push the target 2 cells away. It's pretty good. People get up in her face pretty frequently. Although, yeah, no, that seems really useful for her. Vanguard. Deflection against ranged attacks equal to the number of stacks of unyielding beacon on the Vanguard. How do I get those? Each attack against them grants them unyielding beacon, so that'd be really strong.
Immune to push and force movement effects until their next turn. Gains 10 plus twice their unyielding beacon stacks. Parry until their next turn. Or they parry, they immediately make an attack of opportunity with a 20 penalty to weapon skill against that enemy. That's really good. All their allies in a 3-cell radius around them gain 3 plus their unyielding beacon stacks temporary wounds. All affected targets suffer half damage from the next attack. Lasts until the start of the Vanguard's next turn. That'd be good at protecting my team, which... The thing is, it's hard to know when a big attack is coming, because it feels kind of random. Let's see. The start of their next turn, Vanguard and their allies gain 16% damage and armor pen against enemies in a 2-cell radius around the Vanguard. When it's used, all allies in a 2-cell radius gain the following ability, which costs 0 AP and 2 MP till the start. Move to any cell adjacent to Vanguard without provoking attacks of opportunity. Ooh. They really have my melee people move around a lot with that. All enemies in a 3-cell around the ally chosen must make a resistance test with a penalty. Failed tests have become their priority target. The Vanguard becomes a priority target. Regardless of the willpower resistance test result, chosen ally does not provoke attacks of opportunity from these enemies, can shoot enemies in melee range, and move as if not within the range of enemy attacks. Force an enemy in their melee range to immediately attack them. All of Vanguard's are its allies who are wielding melee weapons and adjacent to the enemy make an attack of opportunity. They have suffer fellowship bonus more damage. I don't know what his fellowship bonus is. This seems kind of hard to set up because I do have melee characters, but they're often spread out. Temp wounds don't stack, so this is hard to... It's hard to want to get a bunch of temporary wound abilities when they don't stack. This would just make him durable as hell. Let's see. First time momentum reaches 200. They gain 5 to all characteristics. 1 to all damage that the Psyker deals until the end of combat. That seems pretty good. Just generally speaking. And now me. Wrong archetype. When it... That's how it works. Alright. Claim the bounty. 3 single attack with the selected weapon. Always hits, does not end the turn, deals only 36% of the bounty hunter's usual damage. That would be really useful as a finishing move. Each third enemy killed by Claim the bounty hunter recovers a charge of Hunt Down the Prey. If Claim the Bounty kills a target marked as prey, they receive +2 AP. Ooh. Okay, yeah. This almost certain on this, but I'll see the other stuff. Call the Bold. Next attack will have additional effects, deal extra ballistic skill, additional ballistic skill damage. Ballistic skill bonus damage, okay. Armor will be reduced by 3 times their difficulty tier %. Against all their attacks until the end of combat. Ooh. Armor against this attack is below 20%. Target's dodge is also reduced by that % against all the bounty hunter's attacks until the end of combat. Additional damage to the bounty hunter's attack is increased by 10. And the target is marked as prey. Armor and dodge are also reduced against the attacks of the bounty hunter's allies. That'd be also really good. Next attack during this turn will have 100% over penetration, 8% armor penetration. Against prey, if it hits, it's a crit. This is really consistent. That would really help with my consistency on dealing damage. I think I have to pick that one. Thunder Hammer. Power Hammer. Cool. Fire Blessed Carapace. 2 deflection and 20% armor against fire damage, as well as immunity to burning. 10% armor against melee. Anver's note left from Cinder's crew. He's waiting for you. You know the place, so be there on time. The turn can be seen from the entrance to the Adeptus. Make sure some gawker don't see where you're going. I think that's a hint of our heresy.
Look, another one of those symbols right here. That went a lot better, because I very much ripped that guy to shreds with my gun before he could do anything. And also, he focused on Cabela, who he could not hit. Dark hideout. Another symbol. So many of those around. I'm not even stopping to look at them, they're so common. Dark hideout. Or amber shit. Guessing a cutscene's gonna trigger, because I can't attack them ahead of time. Amber Kingpin. The man with a shaggy mop of dark hair is dressed and armed about as well as everyone else in here. Yet he is unmistakably the leader. He takes a step towards you. He chuckles. He spreads his arm wide in a welcoming gesture.
My guests, what a joy it is to see you in my humble refuge. I see you've come here to be introduced to the truth. Which will you choose then? Words or fire and metal?
You already know the answer, heretic. Argenta grasps her weapon.
I'm more fond of fire and metal. Good. Fire and metal are the essence of life. People aren't worms. We are truly alive only when we're ripping our enemies apart. Do you even know what our name means, outsider? Football calls us the Anvers. They do not stop to look, listen, learn.
The man pauses, then half closes his eyes and proclaims in crude but clear High Gothic.
Auxilio non veniet. Help will not come. The maw has closed. The Coronis Expanse is on its own now. A new era has come and we are its sovereigns.
What is he doing? Why'd he turn that off? I assume that accomplishes something for him, but by God, I'm not sure what. Oh, we're all being poisoned. Literally everyone. By the toxins in the air. Get back in the fight won't get rid of it because they say it won't. You are my prey. That was my last point. I'm stupid. I didn't realize. No, this isn't. That shouldn't have taken my last point. Fuck you!
Come here, maggot.
11 damage? Jesus Christ! How's he this low already?
Here we go.
What the fuck is happening? Jesus Christ! I'm not doing that shit. No, I'm not letting you wipe out half a character's health in one fucking turn because you say you can. What's with this poison shit? Come on. Ugh. Part of that's me fucking up, but a big part of that is just the game saying shit should happen that... Fuck you. No save, no roll, everyone's poisoned. Like, yeah, I know the enemy's poisoned too, but that's not better. The enemy has more health as a rule. It doesn't matter to the enemy to be poisoned, but it matters to the player to be poisoned. Okay, see, coming from here is way better. I feel like it shouldn't be. I feel like the way that's harder to get to should be a lot more effective for the combat. Alright, try again. In the game. We're all missing so much health just to start it off, just because we are. He's not. Does he not take toxin damage because of his inbuilt filters or something? That's the front line. Kill them all. Cassia, you alone make up the back line, where you are better covered. Now the two of us make up the rear. The enemies in there better watch themselves.
Time to slaughter someone.
Ah! Jesus fuck!
Show me what you've got.
Yeah, when enemies do burst attacks, it's got like normal fucking accuracy for every hit. Jesus fuck! What the hell is that? It is not normal amount of damage for one burst to do. Ay vey.
You are my prey. Now... 66. Lower than I wished it had been. Heinrichs is just gonna die because the game says he has to, even though there's no fucking reason he should take that much damage at once.
Yeah. Let's get to it.
Jesus!
I'm here, maggot.
Did they turn off my armors? Does being toxined mean your armor doesn't work anymore? What's happening?
Time to slaughter someone.
Suffer toxic damage every round.
Show me what you've got.
Ah! Let's see. Brutal strike. Pain resonance. Okay, first and foremost, Heinrichs. Endure, please. Nope, fucking there. This is the word of the Emperor. Put up a bulwark. And then just go to town trying. Hey, it worked. Cabela.
High momentum.
There you go, Kibby. Now Argenta's turn, finally. Where your chance to hit is always absolute trash, and I don't know why the game keeps doing that. I don't know what I did to the game to make that happen. That helps. There you go. Just keep laying into him. Fuck him. Voice of command on Pascal. Feel like he's missing some bits of himself. Tell him to go kill something. He'll try. Pain resonance. Which is actually working out quite well in this area. Oh, the Kingpin didn't even get to take his turn. I'm gonna kill him. Yeah. Oh, he gets a medikit. Fuck you, game. Oh, and he gets to take 2 attacks and 3 attacks. Cool, let's just break all the rules we set up. See, this enemy doesn't have to follow any of the fucking rules because we say he doesn't. And that's all the explanation we need, because fuck the player. I was gonna kill him this turn.
Let's get to
But no, he gets to heal himself, and also attack 3 times. Even though he's wielding a sword. Well, I'm not gonna get the kill on him, which defeats the purpose of my bounty hunter thing. But hey, he's dead, because I don't want to look at him anymore. No pain resonance? Okay. We're here. Get enduring. Invigorate yourself, buddy. Give him the old force. Should have iron armed first, but I didn't do that already, so. Just sit there, Cabela. That would not give you an angle on this guy. This would, though. Voice of Command Argenta. I'm still poisoned. If I were right here, I could shoot at you. And if I start exploiting your weaknesses... this will probably kill. Could you cut that shit out? How many turns are you allowed to take in fucking succession? Alright. Oh look, I got head trauma for no fucking reason. No, it's because of the toxin. I think they ticked it again to reduce my stamina again. To reduce my wounds, and that reduced me to 0, even though the fucking thing was already over, because this game hates me. Turn was already over, and they felt like doing more damage to me. Pirate's Eye Patch. Bonus to coercion, penalty to coercion, and penalty to awareness.
Intelligence, perception, willpower, oh my shit! Hell. This game really is not fair about the trauma shit sometimes. Otherwise turn 20% dodge until the end of the round. So they just have a permanent 20% dodge. Or I guess it would be permanent if they were the first person to go in the round, but anyone who goes before them in a round could still hit them normally. So by that logic, if I give it to you, who is guaranteed to go first in every round because of an ability you have, you essentially always have an 85% dodge. Mesh vest. You can keep it. Or I can keep it. You know what I meant. Oh, right, this room. Hey, Jesus Christ. Running out of health by the game mechanically not giving me a fucking break. And also, if I'd been able to kill that guy, I would have had temp hit points. But no, the game let him fucking heal himself and then attack 3 times and move all in the same turn, because that's how the game's supposed to work, isn't it? It's not like this is a battle system predicated around 1 attack per turn unless you build really specifically. Let's get back to the ship to treat this head injury and then turn it into the guy. At least. Right, leader, strange prophecy. A aggressive gang set up. Enough, tattered spirits. Provisions. Astray. Suspicious individuals are conducting rituals in the shadow quarters, a place marked with a blue and gold sun. I guess that wasn't the right place. It was a different thing entirely. But I need to get this head injury treated. Fuck you. You can't remove this at all. That's just annoying. I get it, it's punishment for going down in combat, but I only went down because you cheated! I went down because the game applied an extra tick of damage that it wasn't supposed to. Like, it has the turn end before the game... Actually, no, it has another turn start, because it's supposed to be at the start of the turn everyone takes the toxin damage. And also that it makes everyone take it once before the battle fucking starts is shit. Get me to the bridge. I'm not gonna stay. I'm gonna head straight back. Deal with Hieronymus's thing.
Oh yeah. It forces me into a cutscene because it forced me into other things. Cabela, please.
Lord Captain, the inspection of the ship's systems is complete. The tech priests are reporting the machine spirits are calm and satisfied. Everything is ready for onward travel. Except there's an issue you must be made aware of.
What? Kesha makes a quick nervous gesture, adjusting the adornment over her third eye.
I've been studying the records left by the vessel's previous navigator. I wanted to double-check the route to Darganus and discovered that it does not match the one recorded in the Atlas. It is more than a minor warp fluctuation. The route has been wiped out. It can no longer be used for traveling. To make matters worse, I started checking the paths from the Atlas, one after the other, and I saw the same thing everywhere. The warp is roiling with an ominous storm, bursting with vivid and screaming colors. It will not hinder our movement, but all previous knowledge is now utterly useless.
The Cicatrix Maledictum. Huge warp storm. Argenta angrily chops the air with the side of her palm. Warp storms are our enemies, just like heretics and demons. It's a shame they can't be dispersed with a flamer or a bolter.
Now we can be certain that problems with astropathic communication in the Coronis expanse are no coincidence. There is a warp disturbance in our way, Lord Captain. It is swallowing messages and disrupting familiar routes. This means you need to locate the key worlds of the Von Valancius Protectorate as soon as possible. I'm talking about Janus, Darganus, and Kiava Gamma. Charting new routes so they can be reached and restoring control will be the necessary next step.
With consequences of losing control with these worlds be.
World deprived of connection to its neighboring systems and the Coronis Expanse's infrastructure can only rely on itself. Their capabilities are often limited. For example, Janus does not have a fleet of its own. Pirates, cultists, heretics, Xenos, anyone could prey on the helpless planet. The loss of communication is a threat to your position. A rogue trader with no protectorate to back them is one that grows weaker by the day.
The Voxmaster is entirely correct. Your rogue trader Ngoth von Valancius, the successor to Theodora von Valancius, one of the most influential women this side of the Maw. You are also new to the business of governing. Many will doubt your competence and try to carve up your protectorate so they can snatch a piece for themselves. It is important to show your potential allies and foes that you are in control of the situation. Which is why the sooner we reclaim these lost worlds, the better.
A faint smile appears on Cabela's lips. It is the if the faithless decide that your worlds are easy prey, that is good. We'll find enough enemies in your domain then, and we will kill them. The Undying One will look upon us with approval.
Tell me about Janus.
The surface of Janus was altered extensively so the planet could be designated an agro-world. It is a powerful food base capable of supplying the burgeoning protectorate and exporting provisions to the outer worlds at the same time. Janus owes much of its prosperity to the Governor House of Viat. Under its leadership, the world has grown ever more prosperous year after year, securing shipments and taxes while keeping the workforce tightly controlled.
Kiava Gamma.
Industrial world Kiava Gamma is being managed by the Governor House of Gaprak and supplies your protectorate with rare mineral resources. Additionally, the planet features an Adeptus Mechanicus Manufactorum that processes materials and prepares them for shipment.
I testify that Kiava Gamma is a world marked by the Omnissiah's patronage. In his grace, the manufactorums of the colony are inhabited by committed and industrious machine spirits. Henrix coughed quietly. Mistress Tolman neglected to mention that the Kiava Gamma Manufactorum also supplies heavy machinery, from forage harvesters to vessel systems and components. Abelard turns his hard eyes to Heinrichs. You display commendable knowledge of our world's manufacturing capability, Van Calix. Pleased to be of service. I need to know about Dargonus.
Dargonus is the heart and soul of your protectorate. It is where the main administrative resources and storage facilities are, so is the Von Valancius Palace. We'd like to know this is where you will publicly accept the title of Rogue Trader. Dargonus is a major administratum hub that runs the cargo fleet and keeps track of finances.
Abelard, what is your opinion? Which world should we deal with first? Abelard strokes his beard for a few seconds before giving a hesitant reply. Rediscovering the agro-world will supply your protectorate with something none of your servants can do without. Sustenance. That's where I was kind of leaning to. I was like, Our food supply, I feel like, is first thing.
Importance of basic supplies should not be underestimated. And yeah, you were in the Navy, you'd know. Look at Footfall in its current pitiful state. On the other hand, I'm concerned by the rumors concerning Kiava Gama. There have been no problems on Yanis for many years, but something is very wrong with the industrial world right now. Delay may cost us the entire planet. Trust we do not have to explain the capital world. Losing it would make us the laughingstock of the other dynasties. Besides, the loss of chronicles and ledgers would spell a bureaucratic catastrophe. All three systems are equally vital to the Protectorate. Falls to you to decide which should be brought into the fold before the rest, Lord Captain.
There is some serious shit going on Gamma, and we're worried about losing it entirely. But worst case, Exterminatus... Well, worst case is Exterminatus, but... No, if it turns into a demon world before I can do that, that'd suck. Of course, it's clear to my office have any other issues that require immediate attention. That is all, Lord Captain. The vessel and the crew await your instructions. Are ready to depart Footfall immediately, should you so desire.
I have a bit more business here, actually. I didn't want to come aboard yet, but I suffered a traumatic head injury, so...
Lord Captain, we are once more within reach of the Von Valancius Protectorate. We haven't left Footfall. Of utmost urgency is restoring communication with your planets and bestowing the wisdom of your decrees upon their stewards, developing colonies, claiming new territories, and establishing trade links. All this is now your privilege and burden.
Okay, opening the map of the Cronus Expanse. Vast region of space where you'll travel between different star systems. In each system, unique events can occur. By steering your flagship toward them, you can explore planets, study anomalies, and interact with other ships. Switch the map of the entire Cronus Expanse, click the button in the bottom right corner of the screen. This one? Got it. Let's get back to the Shadow Quarters. I still have stuff to do there. Same team as always. I'm not bringing Abelard and Idris with me. Idris is slightly too heretical with her weird visions, but also I find her kind of annoying. Whereas Abelard, and I feel like Heinrichs just has better utility. Okay, hang on. What if I try following these? Like, maybe that's an arrow, the yellow one. Obvious, yes. Correct? Possibly. I can't physically see this one, but I'm led to assume it probably points this way. Like, yeah, it's not marked. Again, here's another one that's not actually loaded in, so I can't see if it's pointing somewhere. That's a really bad oversight, game. If I can't physically see the thing, it's a little hard to use it as a fucking compass of where to go. Like, even if I know it's there, if I don't know which direction it's pointing because you're not loading it the fuck in. For God's sake, load in the image. Yeah, the stuff on top of it disappeared. You didn't make it show up, though. Hang on, what's this about? Fake door is connected to a mine trigger. Let's not and say we didn't. Another one of those dumb leaflets. So cold? How can you be cold? The Emperor's love is everywhere. His hatred is in a lot of places too, but not anywhere you should be. But go get a blanket if it's a physical cold. This one is kind of pointing this direction. Kind of. I think this is kind of pointing this way. Maybe I have to go this direction or something? How do you fish keep me warm with my scales? Okay. Seem to be pointing to this door. To the cultist lair. Aha! Tell you what, I'll cuddle you if you say my name right. But if not, you're just freeze on your own. You ain't getting any of this wheelchair blanket. Yeah. Fesh, even further from correct. At this rate, you're gonna owe me cuddles instead of the other way around. Yeah, I'm going to owe you negative cuddles, which means times you ask, I have to... Like, I am obligated to not cuddle you. Open the doors for us, guide our way, twist our way, we beseech thee, our lord. The edge of daybreak, the edge of daybreak. It's a small demon, but still a demon, and that needs killinating. Whoa! You didn't manage to kill him. That's what I'm most concerned about there. Let's start. Front line, here-ish. The back line, right on top of yourself. So you just are very protected. And the rear. Me. Goth von Valancius. Command me. Your heir of authority so I can take more turns. Or I can get my thing built up real quick. You know what? Give me a turn right away. You know what? I think you're my prey. Though this thing is... pink horror. It's somehow worse than I ever imagined. Dang, I was hoping that'd be a double. Alright, let's wear down your stats as much as possible. Let me double check how this thing works first. I have Oblivion. Oh, yeah. From Kasia, from me. Talon Hands, 11 to 16. Claw Strike, 11 to 16. Ethereal Flames. Deal warp damage, decreasing enemies' deflection by 1 and armor by 10% for each stack. The warp creature, a manifestation, meaning... party member suffers minus momentum. When it dies, each party member gains a bunch of momentum. So of each of its turns, all creatures around it must pass the willpower resistance test or suffer the horrors of the warp effect. Armor equal to its willpower. How much armor does it have? 36%. It has a lot of dodge as well. Expose your weakness. And I only had to remove half your things. Tell you what, you're my prey now also. It's guaranteed to hit and crits. Well, it's guaranteed to crit if it hits. This up. I'm in the perfect spot. Let's do this. Ooh! Shot it so hard I killed the guy standing behind it. That's wonderful. Throw a grenade at him, Argenta. Probably kill these two outright. We killed one of them. Ow. Why'd you twist our path up? Don't be a bitch.
I serve the ruinous powers!
So you claim. Yeah. That guy's got a melt-a-gun.
High momentum.
Go up here. Endure. Be a bulwark. And chop his dick off. Yeah. So long, cover.
Chaos guides me.
These guys all have a ton of health, which I do not like. Oh, fuck you. Yeah. kill that sorcerer. Try to bleed this thing instead. Successfully do it too. Bleed, motherfucker, bleed! Resonate the pain as well. You know what? It should be exploited even more than it already is. In fact, Pascal, do all of that again. So say I... Where it hurts. Push the steel. 9 to 11. 17 to 21. Ooh, look at all those instances of dot. Pain resonance? It removed them, that's right. And free attack that always hits. It even crit. You acquired hot food to keep you warm. Congratulations. I have a chance to hit him with this. I probably should have moved him slightly to the side, but I didn't do that already, so oopsie poopsie. Very low chance to hit these guys somehow. More precise. No, it's still like a bad angle on them. Let's try anyway. It missed entirely somehow. Fuck. Kick him. Are you fucking kidding me? He's immune to being pushed? That's stupid. Yeah. Cut this guy's balls off. No more dick, no more balls. Charge at the demon. Keep up that bulwark. Ow. Oh, how kind of you, game. That's really fucking fair. There's totally things I could have done to prevent that from happening.
Out of my way!
Brutalize him, Pascal. Demon down. You're not allowed to do anything anymore. Oh, blue horrors came out of it. I didn't see them. don't you go ahead, take a turn, girl. Control your shot. But I don't know why I did that, because you can't also. Damn it. Alright, let's exploit your ass. And wipe out half your health in one shot. Control.
Momentum.
Good job, Argenta.
Death to the weak.
Yeah. Heinrichs, could you deal with that asshole, please? Thank you. He's getting a little uptight for me. And I'd like him to understand what it means to feel absolute remorse. There you go. I tell you what. Don't stop cutting him up. Oh, he has to live through that. Try cutting up the horrors, I guess. Oh, cool, it parried because it says so. See you. Oh, good. The horrors of the warp are manifesting. Ow. Ow. Die. That thing should have more exploitations on it. You can be targeted by this again. So you're going to. $94. Good job, me. Expose this guy more also. Fine, put it on Cabela. Pascal's in range. Stop acting like he's not. But, dang it. Reload, and... yeah, I didn't think so. Even though that's really not full cover from the angle I'm at. Kick this guy.
High momentum.
Alright, the cultist leader survived because the game wanted him to. Argenta rushes to the last living cultist and silently, furiously punches him in the face. Blaspheming heretic! Who are you praying to? I know those words that call to a law. Argenta doesn't get to finish. The cultist, having dropped to his knees, interrupts her with grating, rasping laughter.
Of course you know them. I recognize you too, lackey to the corpse on the throne.
Heinrichs, let him finish. Argenta needs to ask a question. Heinrichs is literally holding the sword at his eyeball.
Okay. Haven't you already experienced the power of the true god?
Yes, the Emperor. Every time I walk through fire and don't get hurt. I'll admit it's only been once, but still.
Didn't you flee from us shedding tears?
Argenta recoils as if from a blow, but then steps forward, grabs the cultist by the scruff of his neck, makes him look into her eyes, burning like embers. I am one of the Adeptus Sororitus, and I have never, not once in my life, fled from heretics and betrayers of humankind.
End him. You can kill me, servants of the Corpse Emperor. You can't stop the victory of the true god. The edge of daybreak is nigh, and the hour of his triumph approaches.
Silence hangs for a minute. Then Argenta turns to you and shrugs nonchalantly. That's it. We've fulfilled Reverend Hieronymus's request, which means I'm now free. I can continue my travels with you, rogue trader. Before we leave this den, let us round up what remains of the blasphemers. I'd like to cleanse this place with purifying flame, but perhaps we can find clues that tell us where these heretics came from, or if they have any more associates. Argenta lowers her head warily. We need to talk, but it can wait. Let's meet on the ship when it's time to depart Footfall. Let's see what they had on them. Heavy leather, don't need that crap. Let's see, a heretical hood. Use a psychic power attack. They either restore 2 AP or take 10 warp damage with a 50% chance for each of those effects. Wow, it's real neat how he didn't have that going on. Improved armored body glove. Maybe. Plasma pistol. Maybe. Pascal? Ryza pattern foe hammer. Ooh. Lower min but higher max damage than combat shotgun, more armor penetration, and it's one-handed, which, love it. Sororitus boots. Raise momentum to 175 whenever they kill 5 enemies in a row in one turn. If that ever fucking happens, that'd be amazing. And I think they clearly intend Argenta to wear those, but by God, I've yet to see that awesomeness happen, because her chance to hit is garbage. And I've tried to pump as many points into that as possible, but it's really not helped as much as I wish it would. When in doubt, save. That applies to most video games, I think. Let's see. Void Ship's freight line. Oh yeah, I never went down there. I should go do that. The claim was lost. Yeah. Hunger's Hand. Provide provisions. Secrets of the Cult. Interrogators asks Rogue Trader set aside some time for private conversation. Heinrichs wants a private convo. Oh yeah. Meet Argenta. Development project, the highest difficulty in any colony. J, recover the cargo from the secret warehouse, the entrance to which is located in the northeastern part of the Shadow Quarters. What, this? I went in there and nothing happened, so I guess I'll go in there and have something happen this time. I just stole shit.
Shireen, I'm here. What a joy it is to see you. Follow me, please.
I'm about to get caught up in something stupid.
Is aiding a smuggler an endeavor worthy of a rogue trader?
It is when I kill them all in one place. What? You have to round them up. I might actually do that. I know she's a potential party member, but if I want to roleplay this, I might just kill her. We'll see how that goes. Filled with something heavy. Difficult to discern what it is exactly. Container is airtight. Get a feeling this was originally a standard box for transporting non-fragile cargo that was then sealed manually. You guys shouldn't be hanging around the exploding barrels. Oh, it's a toxic barrel. Unfortunately, it's surrounded servitors, so it, in essence, didn't do anything. But you know, I tried. And no one can claim I didn't.
Bring it down.
Yes'm. These servitors have a lot of friggin' health. I kind of don't like how much health enemies are starting to have. Zero AP. Got him on fire with that one. Ah, I forgot to set these up. Rear. Not in line of sight. Fuck you, game. I can physically see that. Maybe, I guess that's behind some shit, but come on. Cut me some slack on that shit. Really? You can't send... Okay, fine. Why would you aim at that one? Argenta. Argenta, why can't you move? Why do you have 0 movement points? What the fuck is that about? How did that miss? It's an explosion. Jesus!
Let's get to it!
Did you really not move far enough to actually kill? Okay, what the hell is going on? Why would it be unavailable? There. Should have put this on first. Resonate the pain.
Let's get to it.
Missed.
Hold on. Here
Fuck
we go.
you. I didn't even see that barrel.
I'm here, man.
Oh, our assistants have like 18 health each. How fucking lovely. I can make such good use of such strong allies. First things first. Quick attack.
Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Yeah.
Jesus!
Out of my way. Let's get to it.
Stun grenade. Cool. Whatever. Yeah, you played the effect twice. That makes it hit harder or some shit. I don't know. Control your shots and fucking fire.
Hold on.
Who the hell are you? Don't walk into the toxin, dumbass. You have barely any health as it is.
Here we go.
Time to slaughter someone.
Eddie. You are going to die here. You are my prey. Lovely. Give Pascal a little defense for his sake. Target can't act. Okay. I'll just shoot another thing. This guy. Slow, but they hit hard. Don't let them get too close. Why would you wait until the battle's basically already over to say that?
Fuck. Where's all of Argenta's stats? Why can't she do anything? She doesn't have any shit, she just can't move for some reason. Throw some healing on Pascal. Just a little bit, please. Endure. Dare to breach.
Let's get to it.
I don't know what that was supposed to do. Alright, may Argenta have a turn now? She's just been getting not quite turns the entire game, it feels like. Yeah, I thought so.
Let's make it quick.
Ah, didn't work. Yeah. Chop. Didn't hurt. Let's see. I could do some serious damage to that. I have the perfect shot, after all. Heck, I even have a plan. The plan is to shoot him. Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, now I'm really riled up.
Yeah, of course not. Bring it down, Argenta.
High momentum.
Yep. There we go. Yep.
Living on the edge. Remember the name.
Did you just deal that much fucking damage to Cabela? Alright, I don't feel bad about possibly betraying you, and Cabela can't move.
Real fucking nice, bitch. You took all of her movement points. There we go. Kill this guy. Good job.
A moving target lives longer. I want a medal for that one.
Pascal, how about you just go over here? Just go there. And... oh yeah. That thing's a machine, so that actually deals damage to it, which I forgot about. Put up your endurance. Put up your bulwark. Please invigorate Pascal. And crit that servitor.
Out of my way!
Dumbass. Good job, Argenta.
Let's get to it!
Dumbass. All of your men walked straight into toxic clouds and killed themselves. Jay, I hope you die. If they were supposed to be talking, I can't see it because you shuffled them all off screen. I'd rather skip than have it work. 2, 3, 5. Thank the Exalted One, those Ashmags didn't have time to make off with anything yet. Jay carefully inspects the containers emblazoned with markings from some unknown freight operator, then smiles and touches the comm bead in her ear. Give me 2 minutes, Shireen. I'll send the coordinates to my low crew who'll deliver my property somewhere safe. And done. Jay removes her hand from her ear and turns to you. We're good. Now how about we relocate to a more pleasant and private space to discuss the details of our deal, specifically payment for your efforts? You're going to leave your priceless cargo here unattended? Nothing to worry about. After all the ruckus we've caused here, I doubt anyone will go anywhere near the containers. I am, however, infinitely flattered by your concern for our property. Hope your vaunted wisdom is worth all this trouble. Jay opens her mouth to reply when you hear the sound of many footsteps behind you. Vladame's agent. Stop right there in the name of the liege. They all got poisoned because they're stupid. The gaunt, pale-skinned man in grimy clerical robes glances at you, immediately falls to his knees obsequiously. Your Excellency, please forgive my vehemence, most noble Ngoth. Never expected to encounter such eminent persons in this corner of Footfall. Most noble Excellency? Jay purses her lips slightly and shoots you a confused look. I am Vladame Tokara's personal agent. The man hesitates, choosing his words carefully. Came here to remove from criminal circulation a shipment, the distribution of which is banned in the lands of Footfall. Horrendous Xeno heresy that has been fraudulently delivered to a bastion of the Holy Imperium. He looks at Jay. I do not doubt for a moment, most noble Ngoth, that your presence here is merely a misunderstanding brought about by another's manipulations. Commerce test successful. It is too great a coincidence that the Liege's representative should arrive in the Shadow Quarters just after Jay has recovered her rightful spoils. Seems the guards reported the problems with the shipment over the Vox, and not to just anyone, but to the Liege's personal agent. Vladame Tokara knew about the shipment from the start and planned to take it for himself and get rid of Jay if he could. Behold, the grubby, underhanded struggles between cold traders. Had it not been for your impromptu deal struck in the bar, Vladame might have succeeded. Nothing to do with the shipment or the woman standing next to it. The owner of this cargo is presently under my protection. Tell your master you should think twice before crossing her from now on. Cargo belongs to the Von Valancius dynasty. Is Lord Takara trying to encroach upon the property of a rogue trader? Ooh. I'd throw her to the wolves, but I don't, thing. Let's see. Trying to encroach upon the property of a Lord Trader. No, your lordship. Beg you to forgive this wretched serf. Terrible misunderstanding. A thousand apologies won't disturb you further. Jay watches him hurry away, then looks at you. Wish I could see Vladame's face when he finds out he almost stepped on the toes of one of the most powerful people in the Expanse. Listen, Ingoth, I'm genuinely sorry about this confusion. Vladame and I have had our difficulties, but I never thought he'd want to clean me out and do away with me in some dark corner. At least not so soon. If you hadn't agreed to our deal, Shireen, my gang and I would already be floating in orbit around one of Footfall's asteroids. Let's see. Oh, man. Tell me about your business on Footfall, the truth of it, and don't leave anything out. Alright then. This isn't my first year in the Expanse, not my first year in business either. Sat at the negotiating table with all sorts. Not just loot hunters or smugglers either, but with Xenos. One's intelligent enough to believe that mutual benefit was a better outcome of our meeting than mutual destruction. I know what the Ecclesiarchy has to say about that, but speaking from the bottom of my heart, I know where the line is between an ordinary deal and a betrayal of humanity, and I never cross it. Let's see. Man. This is really putting Ingoth's two sides against him. On one hand, he's a criminal. He doesn't deny being a criminal. He's never cared to deny being a criminal. But at the same time, it is filthy Xeno scum. But how hard do I want to lean into... He believes in the Emperor, but he's actually very critical of the Ecclesiarchy itself. He's very pro-Emperor, but he's very willing to say things like, I wonder if all this ostentatious nonsense is meant to actually bring credit to the Emperor or just bullshit. And he will question the authority of the Imperium on very frequently. So he somehow, if something doesn't seem like something the Emperor would actually say or do, then he's a little off on it. He'd never be outright heretical, and even iconoclast is a bit outside his realm. Lines have a tendency to blur, usually unbeknownst to the person walking closest to them. I know what you're talking about. Know a few guys who couldn't keep their hands to themselves and ended up losing them. Wouldn't be so good at what I do if I didn't know how to assess risk. Besides, the Emperor protects Shireen. Really is true, I've seen it myself time and time again. Rogue Trader could use someone with your talents and connections, Jay. I would like to see you in my retinue. Exalted One bless you and your entire dynasty. Wouldn't say no to marking the occasion properly. Not every day you embark on a brilliant new business partnership. Domin Ngoth, if it is indeed your wish to let this heretic into your retinue, then allow me to carve a vow of service into her tongue. Let the pain prevent her from uttering words of deceit and remind her of obedience. Don't even think about it, you crazed Kashka. Unless you want me to add a few extra bits of lead to the metal adornments on that sulky mug of yours. Strange circle you're forming around yourself, Rogue Trader. Yes, but I find those who disagree with me are the most valuable advisors. Sister Argenta, Jay gives her an almost lecherous once-over. Easy. Heard all about your deeds on Footfall. Never would have guessed there was an angelic beauty behind all the idle gossip. And while we're at it, Shireen, when were you going to reveal your true identity to me? Jay cocks her head to one side curiously. I am infinitely flattered by your attention. If I had known I was talking to a rogue trader, not an envoy of one, I would have shown some decorum. I want to talk like normal people do. A man of my status, retreat, or... Yeah. That is so... human, your lordship. Guess people at the top have a lot more in common with regular folk than some might think. At the top is a bit of a stretch. Either way, I'm entirely willing to join your retinue. From now on, my knowledge and experience are entirely at your disposal. Oh, and one more thing. Interested in a rather lucrative offer, one that can give the Von Valancius Protectorate a leg up? I'd say now isn't the time to be thinking about such things, but once we get back to your ship, perhaps you could spare me a minute, Shireen? Oh, look. Everyone got wounds from the thing because they were poisoned. Hang on. Curse of Rust. That's lasting a time. Alright. I was gonna say we got wounds because we were standing in something at the end of the turn. But it turned out not to work that way. We don't need this many. I'll take one... and these boots. Just +3 movement points? Like... nah. But definitely take those movement point boots. I wanted the entire party, believe it or not. Oh hey, yeah, those two just fucking died for no reason. They were idiots, and also astonishingly weak. They did not even the odds, even a little. Now here's the thing. The Imperium has, in times of great distress, actually spoken to Xenos. And I mean literally talked to them. So I have to think that making deals with them isn't automatically heresy. I think maybe the Ecclesiarchy's a bit off on that if they think that the Imperium itself is heretical. Hey Pascal, crack this one open for me. Or don't. How do we get down there then? Are you all stupid? Don't just walk in a straight line. Actually go around like I know your AI can let you. I guess it's a more complicated means of doing it, but you still can. Actually, can I get over there? I don't think I can. At least I don't know how. Yeah, this is just that gate that they occasionally shoot fire through, and I'm starting to think those are mines. Not yours, mines. You can leave, but you gotta... Yes, if you want out, you can leave, kitty, but know that I'm not gonna let you back in every hour on the hour. You gotta make a decision. You gotta look inside yourself. No mines? No, they're mine. You're mine, Bathwater. I will fight you over this disc that is beeping. Come on, It's beeping faster. That means it's mine, not yours. Oh wait, the loading screen is already done. I'm a big silly goose. It's mine, my own, my precious. Meow. Alright, fine, Bathwater, if you like it so much here, but you have to play with it at least once a day to prove you love it. I think there's a big button on the top. I can never quite bring myself around to pressing it, but if you insist it's yours, you should press it first. Vessel stands ready, Lord Captain? Sure does. There's Jay. I'll talk to her in a minute. Where the heck was Heinrichs again? Totem? Where the hell is he? Oh, he's over on this side. I could have sworn he was on the other side before. What's up, Heine?
To what do I owe this visit?
You tell me about the Cult of the Final Dawn.
The cult's ordinary members are humans who have been corrupted by the archenemy, traitors to the Imperium, and accomplices of chaos. Participation in the cult's rituals always entails brainwashing, literally and figuratively. The longer cult members spend among other cultists, the less critically they think, and the more closely they resemble obedient livestock, stripped of their fear and instinct for self-preservation. The worst of them go to their deaths without an inkling of doubt, ready to take hundreds and thousands of souls with them.
Bathwater, I just got a Steam notification that you tried to add me. Yes. What were you saying?
As for those at the top of the cult
Kill infidels,
hierarchy,
working on it.
We have not yet managed to get a lead on all
Anyone
of the
who
cult's
worships the
leaders.
archenemy gets shot in the
I imagine
head.
some
That's
of
how
them
I've been
hiding
working
in
so
the
far.
depths of the Coronis
Sometimes set
expanse.
on fire or
But those
chopped in
who are
half, but usually shot in the
orchestrating
head by
fanatics
me.
on nearby worlds are hiding very well indeed, or receiving protection from above.
Ran. You mean protection from above?
Governors, commanders, rogue traders. History is full of those who neglect their duty to the Golden Throne and seek allies in the wrong places.
Does your mission regarding this cult remind me?
I need to confirm the reports from my agents. According to them, one of the cult's leaders is in the Kiava Gamma segment, an industrial world within the dominion of the Von Phalantius dynasty. I hope you won't impede my investigation.
It's the world's entirely new to me. I should hope there's no heresy on it, so I would welcome your investigation. You've been investigating this cult for some time.
We discovered the first traces of it as soon as we arrived in the Coronis expanse. Since then, the more we learn, the better we see just how far the roots of this blight extend. Destroying individual cells is pointless. We must cut this beast off at its head. As you
want to
wish.
discuss the nature of your mission?
Yes, but not here. I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officers' mess.
I really am a scaly. You know what? It should be telling that I know exactly what you're talking about, Bathwater. The only Steam group I ever joined, and they never did anything, I just thought I thought the name was cool, because when I first got Steam, all I had on it was Skyrim. I was like, oh, Steam group. It was like an Argonian fans Steam group, and I'm almost positive that's what you're referring to. Thank you for finding an opportunity to talk. I trust now would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. I do not object to you personally, but I find the continuous presence of an Inquisition agent on my side slightly unnerving. I welcome the chance to assist the Inquisition and its inquiries, Van Kalux. Lord Captain, your enthusiasm is commendable. Interrogator smiles, but his eyes remain cold. He's practiced there. To business then. The Cult of the Final Dawn. The madmen preach the heretical doctrine among the denizens of the Coronis Expanse and instigate crimes against the throne and humanity. One such crime took place in your protectorate. Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the rogue trader on the voyage into the corrupted region. I also need to meet with one of my observers on the capital world of your domain. Would Ordo Xenos agents investigate a chaos cult? Well versed in how the Inquisition is organized in Goth. Yes, initially our arrival in the Coronis Expanse was dictated by the need to fight Xenos. There is more. The cult is tangentially related to my main specialization. Perhaps I'll be able to reveal the truth someday, but right now I ask you to display humility and patience. You're not allowed to tell me, simple as that. Chaos cults. Are you laying an accusation on my dynasty? No, I don't think he is. Mentioned in his letter he is willing to show lenience toward my actions would otherwise be interpreted as radical. That is correct. I should show greater tolerance for the mistakes of a newly appointed rogue trader. To be frank, I'm surprised. Lord Inquisitor is not the type to indulge the weakness of soul and mind, even in someone who only recently accepted the burden of a lofty title. Are you laying an accusation against my dynasty? I should ask. Chaos treads softly in Goth. The main danger of secret cults and sects is that they are like seeds. They could remain in the ground for decades, safe from all scrutiny, until an opportunity to sprout, grow, and bear monstrous fruit presents itself. The emergence of a cult on one of the rogue traders' planets does not mean the dynasty held himself is a chaos. The dynasty head himself is a chaos worshipper. Having said that, it should be noted that Theodora von Valancius was famous for her loose interpretation of the freedoms granted by the warrant. I'm a bit stricter, I'll admit. At least, in terms of what's considered heresy. Though not... I don't think I would have quite allowed an untrained psyker on board. Unless I suppose I enjoyed their company a great deal, but... Bloodline can be stained by ancestral transgressions. If it is indeed so, it is in your best interest to do whatever necessary to redeem yourself, and then, perhaps, you will get a chance to salvage your dynasty's reputation. Spies on Van Valancius worlds? Person I mentioned is not a spy, but a secretary in the Administratum Department on Dargonus. Planet's governor and Theodora were fully aware of his status. Duty is to fulfill the sacred oath, the Golden Throne, eliminate threats to the Imperium, which the Coronis expanse has in abundance. He sent her to the Inquisition. I have not, but the Inquisition also isn't really present here. And also... what would that accomplish at this current moment? Also, we don't actually have flight paths at the moment, so I don't think I could send her anywhere. His name is Achilles Scalander. As soon as we contact Dargonus, I will introduce you as the new head of the dynasty. Sure you will appreciate the presence of such an advisor among your subjects, and I suggest you heed his words at least occasionally. Tell me of this cult. Chaos worshippers. Most often, agents of the throne run into lone renegades stirring up the rabble, insane prophets, and hysteric visionaries preaching the end of days. You can talk to Heinrichs on the bridge to see the option? I might look into that. A passing comment, a mutant rebellion, an onslaught of monsters, each time they come up with a new reason why people should prostrate themselves and quiver in fear. Much effort and blood of those loyal to the Golden Throne was spent before we established the connection between those heretics. However, the Cult of the Final Dawn is something greater than a gaggle of misguided seers and fortune-tellers. They cleverly spread their agents all over the Coronis expanse, disseminating heresy among honest people on the Imperial worlds. There's a certain strategy to their actions that changes whenever we get too close. Finally, they have enough military power to have had the 2 ships that we had sent after them later discovered as wreckage. The growing difficulty in making warp jumps is detrimental to us, but is unlikely to inconvenience those who engage in vile sorcery day in, day out. Heinrich sighs. Under the events on Rykad Minoris, I suspected the cult might have built its nest inside Winterscale's domain. The latest reports indicate it's your protectorate that is harboring heretics. Being in your entourage improves my chances of getting closer to their secrets. Already agreed to give you a place aboard my ship, what else? Rogue Trader should deliver me to the system that contains the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. We'll then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use the resources that have fallen into their clutches. Which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus and even the followers of the Omnissiah themselves. I'll be frank, the answer to this question is unlikely to please either of us. The machinations of chaos usually go beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destruction. Having their plans come to fruition will lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems in the Coronis expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching this tragedy play out again. Lost, but at least not gained by the enemy. At the very least. Scorched earth. Why did your suspicion fall on Kiava Gamma? Disjointed pieces of data that finally merge into a single picture. Additionally, not long ago a vessel from that world arrived on Footfall. Reports from the crew were confused and alarming, making me fear a planet-wide rebellion. Met a Chaos Space Marine on Rykad Minoris. Do we risk running into his brothers? I have no doubt it will happen sooner or later, Ngoth. Chaos Marines siding with the cult is very, very bad news. Most likely they kept away until recently, pulling their puppet strings from a respectable distance. These traitors seldom show up alone. The best we can count on is having to deal with just a squad of Chaos Space Marines on the Coronis Expanse and not an entire company. I won't let anyone throw their weight around on my worlds, be they servants of chaos, xenos, or heretics. Commendable aspiration for a person who holds the fates of billions of people and dozens of Imperial worlds in his hands. Which is why you need to be even more vigilant when looking for seeds of corruption on your planets, lest they sprout someday and spell doom for whatever is tangled up in their roots. I have made a point to shoot and murder anything that's outright heretical in terms of chaos. Tell me about the Drukhari who stole Rykat's son. Henrik winces. The Drukhari, one of the branches of the Alderi, an ancient and vicious Xenos race. Those creatures are a living terror to ordinary people who fall prey to their raids, for the simple reason the victims are not killed outright, but instead become their playthings. Just as you and I need air to survive, the Drukhari require psychic energy born from torment and pain, which they extract from their captives with uncanny expertise. Their ships, which are difficult to mistake for any other, arrive suddenly and undetected. Their stealth technologies greatly surpass the capabilities of standard Imperium auger arrays. The objective of their raids is never to capture a world or a ship. No, they're only interested in fresh victims. After filling their holds with living captives, they disappear into the webway, a different dimension which conceals their greatest stronghold, Komarag, the dark city of the Drukhari, from which none can hope to escape. Henrik studies your expression. I do not know why the Drukhari stole Rykat's son and brought about the fulfillment of the cult's prophecies. Perhaps the Xenos themselves have played into the archenemy's designs. Perhaps Aurora's divinations in fact describe the Drukhari's actions. There's only one thing I can say with absolute certainty. There is no alliance between the Cult of the Final Dawn and the Xenos. It is simply impossible. Yeah, even the Drukhari don't fuck with chaos. They know better. Go about my business. Anything else I need to know? Put it this way. You may think whatever you want of me, but my goal is not to hinder you. You've not been doing so far. I made a slightly, let us call me radical, in my dogma. Hey girl, you want to be my fresh victim for my soul-sustaining torture? Oh, bathwater. I'm here to help you in the fight against foes you may not even be aware of. With my word, I will provide every assistance in uprooting the heresy that has sprouted on the Von Valancius worlds while their master was away. Then I will try to be more patient with the less grievous flaws the bearers of the warrant are sometimes known to have. Like maybe I engage in a small amount of cold trade. I'm not going to go out of my way to do it, but actually no, isn't cold trade one of the few things rogue traders are allowed to do that normal people aren't? So if anything, I've made what she was doing legal. Thank you for sparing the time, Lord Captain. Ugh. Going the wrong way. It is still... It's so funny to me. This is a spaceship. Hey, bitch, you can make this trade cold. Hey, bitch, you make this trade cold. Oh, this friggin' glass windows. I know it's like super mega glass that doesn't break normally, and they bring up like shutters above it. But then there's friggin' chandeliers in space, and that's just absurd. That is pure madness.
To what do I owe this visit?
Oh, you were right. I actually can ask them. Let me think very carefully about if I want to do this. I don't care that much about her as a character. But like,
Of course.
I don't know if I'm that heavy on it. Hey, Cabela. And plus, that's missing out on content, like, of a character. Got rid of her on your first playthrough? Yeah, but I want to see more about her.
I am sure the Ashmags who squirreled away my goods won't give up so easily, and I'll hear more about their scheming yet. Let's strike a deal, Shireen. I will watch your back, if you do me a favor and watch mine. Well, enough jokes. Is there something you wanted?
You don't look like a typical smuggler.
No truer words have ever been said. I'm far more exciting than some small-time peddlers from Footfall. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Jai Amira Fatqin Tamiri Ash Ifrit, the 12th daughter of the Lord of Ifrit, a distant world at the fringes of the Imperium. The youngest child is destined to become a bargaining chip in the family's political games. But I was unwilling to accept such a fate, and wanted to choose what to become and which path to follow. When I learned the Exalted One watches over hundreds of other worlds amidst distant stars, I understood there was
Persia.
an entire world of opportunities
Kind of, yeah.
beyond Ifrit. All I had to do was break the familial bonds tying me down and escape
Most of the
planet,
Imperium is like
which
space.
I did a long time ago.
Yeah. Space Gothic. So like space Europe. Because there's a lot of British accents. You choose to come to the Coronis Expanse.
The Coronis Expanse. A gorgeous name, isn't it? But this backwater wasn't my original destination when I escaped Sherin. Oh no, it was the rumors of incredible freedom that brought me to the Coronis Expanse. Freedom that is generously bestowed upon everyone who can survive in these parts. All doors are open here. You can become a saint, a mogul, a kingmaker,
Title
or
drop.
anyone you like, really. Here,
Oh,
hard
wrong
work
game.
pays
Yeah,
off.
close enough.
Unless you're used to lying by the roadside
Nah.
and complaining instead of toiling for the good of your soul, glory, wallet, or whatever floats your boat. I'm used to working hard, and so I found my blessing.
How'd you escape from Ifrit?
I convinced my father. I personally wished to
Father.
oversee the inspection of imported goods. I had to get experience so I wouldn't bring shame on our family, didn't I?
Good
I
grift.
made friends with traders, missionaries, and soldiers at the port. I listened to their stories, studied the charts, learned what documents I had to forge to escape the planet. A kind word here, a shiny coin there. And here I am, in the iron belly of a ship, braving the void in search of a new life.
Judging by your implants, you've had quite a few close shaves over the years.
Consider it a mark of my trade. This year, Xenos. Dumb-headed orcs.
Ugh.
Who knew that we weren't the only ones to get tempted by the wreck of that raider? As for
Oh, I
this
also have a
treasure,
robot hand.
I
Ding,
received
ding, ding,
it as
ding,
a
ding.
reward for a life that had been just a little too good. I was in a hurry
Come
to
to
get
Space
to the
Europe.
Adeptus
We have
Amazecus
space Vikings
after
who
the
don't do any
Exalted One
trading,
blessed
like
me
real
with immense
Vikings.
wealth.
Fake
I
Latin,
was
and
two
fake
backstreets away from
Catholicism.
the den when a pathetic ashmag attacked me, envious of somebody else's fortune.
Tech use test succeeded. Familiar with implants like the one that has replaced Jay's neck. It is merely one part of a massive augmentation replacing the internal organs. A slit throat could not have been the cause for installing such a sophisticated device. Thank you for sharing.
All relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too.
I've seen enough of the shiny wrapping of the Coronis Expanse. Tell me about its dark side.
The dark side is the real Coronis Expanse, if you ask me. But what do you want to know about it, Sherin?
Well, they do things on footfall.
Dynastiers drink with criminals. Rogue traders strike deals with the Casbalica. And dozens of ships stop off for a welcome break from a long voyage. Is there a more beautiful place in the entire Imperium? The Emperor is merciful to the meek and the powerful alike. There's a job for everyone as long as they have a head on their shoulders. And if you feel like talking to him in person, the statue of the Exalted One can be seen from any asteroid. You can pray to your heart's content.
Tell me about the Casbalica mission.
An ancient crime cartel that originated with the first settlers of the Calixis sector. It is run by shadowy clans with robber barons at the helm. Cross their path, and you risk making enemies all over the Coronis Expanse, or even the entire Imperium. As for the agents, they are just shameless, greedy scum. Every third person on Footfall is a Casbalican. But that doesn't mean all that rotten filth is acting together. I've been set up more than once just so some Casbalican can get one over on his rivals. And yet, the Casbalica is generous to its customers, if you can afford it. Anything can be obtained, organized, and transported for the right price. The customer is always right, unless they happen to be a rat. In which case...
She sighs and throws up her hands.
Scum, rotten filth, rats. Almost as if Jay's mask briefly slipped and she started using words that have no place in the vocabulary of someone from the upper strata of the Imperium. You one of the Kasbalika's robber barons?
What gave you such an outrageous idea? Was it my immaculate garment? My gorgeous jewelry? Do not
So
worry,
she is
Shireen.
lying
I
to
will
me,
let you
and I'm
know
able to
once I
pick up
become
on some of the
a baroness,
lies.
should the exalted
But
one
she's
begin.
interesting enough, I
Just
want to see why.
imagine the strong and fruitful alliance that could be forged between a rogue trader and the mastermind of the Kasbalika.
How'd you become a Kasbalikan agent?
It's not hard to do on footfall. I spent a year working for good old Christo.
Jesus?
He was a brave soldier who gave
Oh.
up the ghost in a scuffle with orcs, and then took over his business. Having a good head on your shoulders and keeping the Exalted One in your heart helps to establish new contacts quickly. Eventually, I gathered together a group of honest and loyal people, and it only took a few successful contracts for the Kasbalika to take notice. I quickly settled on footfall and started dispensing my wisdom to my proteges and
Christ, I was like,
I
yeah, I thought that too.
getting my hands
Christo.
dirty.
That is literally like Spanish for Christ. I think that the Spanish word that Christ also means the same. Christ is short for christened, which means literally means doused in oil, but that's not what symbolically means.
It's
got
really
a
is
cold
simple,
trade.
Shireen. The Kasbalika runs the Imperium's black market, offering special goods to those who can afford their services. Yes, I am talking about Xeno artifacts too. Alien weapons, technology, sometimes even certain kinds of living creatures. Unlike the rogue traders whose sacred warrants make them immune even from
You're not the
laws
savior
of
no matter how
Exalted
much you nail
One.
yourself.
Kasbalikan agents are used to hiding.
You can't tell
and
me what
covering
I'm
their
not,
tracks.
bathwater.
Nobody wants to draw unwanted attention, no matter who might take an interest.
And maybe that's not what I'm doing.
Especially
Maybe I
now
just
that the
like it up
Coronis
there.
expands as a warrior of the golden
Whenever I
throne and its
crucify
watchman.
myself in Ruka's chat.
Why not? The decision is yours, Shireen.
About your business in the Cronus Expanse.
My trade means knowing the right people and non-people. Having the right connections and making sure the precious goods find their way into the hands of my no less precious customers. My wisdom includes the knowledge of the enemies of humankind, be they Xenos or the lowest scum in the Imperium, as well as the latest knowledge about how much they charge for any particular curio at the footfall market. Not even the most cunning Aji will deceive you as long as I am with you, Shireen. I promise you that. Whatever I have can be yours too, if your unfathomable wealth isn't enough for you already.
Actually, my wealth is a bit too fathomable at the moment. You do business with the enemies of humanity?
It has been known to happen. After years of dealing with Xenos, I've learned their customs, and even got a grasp of their language. Except they cringe whenever I start speaking. Arrogant sods.
Except they cringe whenever I
dislike
start
even our
speaking.
voices,
Dickbags.
but they never turn away our valuables. Then again, I'm used to seeing sour faces. In this trade, the easily offended go out of business.
Perhaps your knowledge will serve the Von Valancius Protectorate.
I have no doubt you will have to deal with Xenos sooner or later. When that time comes, Shireen, you will thank the Exalted One for sending me to stand at your side.
Someone who knows their language would actually be incredibly useful. Actually, Heinrichs might know their language too. If he has to know how they work, then... You have many talents.
Thank you, Shireen. Being able to read and write is chief among them.
Yeah.
You may not be aware, but this science is beyond the abilities of billions of the Imperium subjects. And yet they happily keep drudging along in their factories, fundi, and assembly lines. Me? I didn't escape Ifrit to consign myself to such misery. It was literacy that paved my path to copied orders, forged signatures, counterfeited papers. The wonderful things that make the wheels of bureaucracy turn in the right direction.
You're really that rich?
Compared to the rabble on footfall, perhaps. Compared to you. Be it power or money,
You can hear
I
the
still
eyebrow
have a
go
long
up.
way to go. I could purchase one of Footfall's asteroids, but not a planet. I could subjugate a few gangs from the shady districts, but not Vladium. And so the answer to your question is no. I do not consider myself rich. I am not rich enough.
You could be sitting back reaping the fruits of your own work, so why have you chosen to embrace the vicissitudes of life aboard a void ship?
You're fun to talk. I grew tired of
Point taken. I could just sit here and tell you all to do shit, but that's really boring.
Well, I did that for how many years? But here, among the stars, you are always balanced on a knife edge. Nothing thrills me more than the tension of a warp jump, or the danger that lurks around every corner on a planet. Footfall was beginning to make me fat and stupid, Shireen. I do not want that.
If this is you fat, what did you used to look like? I think maybe you needed some fat. You look, perfectly healthy. Did you just mean theoretically? Jay speaks measuredly, with just the right amount of laziness in her voice, but her performance cannot conceal the slight tremble in her voice. Whatever Jay is afraid of, that is what drove her off Footfall. What's your gang that stayed back on Footfall? Do you trust them?
Do I trust the Trickster twins? By the Exalted One, no. The underhanded rogues of Footfall came up
Call
with that
women
name
fat?
for a
If anything,
reason.
I was like, you are one of the skinniest women I've ever seen. If this is you fattened up, I am horrified by how you must have been before. Were you malnourished? Maybe you should have more. Like Jesus Christ. Mention of her fellow cold traders makes Jay's eyes shine a bit brighter than usual.
On the other hand, this is why I am keeping them close. Kor and Tora know who lifted them out of the cesspit proudly called the Shadow Quarters, and who has been feeding that ravenous beast their insatiable lust for lucre. No, they are not going to betray me if only because they know I am now a part of your entourage, Shireen. They're not going to let the biggest pie in the Imperium pass them by without trying to get a slice for themselves.
Tell me about the Xenos of the Coronis Expanse.
Vicious, cruel, dangerous beasts. Humans hold little interest for Xenos. We are entertainment for them, a means to keep boredom at bay. A commodity. But some of them contact us once in a while using their own people. Do not deceive yourself by thinking
Or an
you are
anorexic,
safe
make her
because there are
become
no
whatever the
Xenos
polar
inside.
opposite of an anorexic
Those
is.
Agi are as
Obese,
cunning
I
as
think
they
is
are
the word.
ruthless. They cleverly pull at the strings of spies and traitors, subjugate those who do not fall for the
Yes, the
promised
vernacular
reward,
term would be fat
transform
bitch.
the ones who resist their promises into
That's a way to
soulless
describe it.
puppets. The Emperor watches over me, and that is why I still haven't succumbed to the fate of many of my associates who have lost their lives to the stringy scoundrels.
Something
I think
else.
we've said all there is to say on this topic.
Did you know my predecessor?
It is difficult not to be aware of the powers that be, especially ones like Lord Captain Theodora. But we never met personally, as the difference between our positions
You're going
was
to
far
hell?
too great.
Probably, bathwater.
Theodora was a mighty ruler, the center of her own universe.
I don't
and
know. Maybe I'll take over and
pathetic
change what the
speck
heaven
was
rules
nothing
are.
next to her.
And even then,
But you were kind to
maybe
me,
limbo
Shireen,
for a few
and
years.
in my
I'm gonna
eyes,
level with you,
that puts
bathwater.
above
You've
your
done a lot.
esteemed aunt, or whoever she was to you.
She was my, like, 86th cousin or something. I never checked the exact number. She was like my cousin a billion times removed or some shit. I didn't check. Hey, you use words I don't understand. Call me Shireen?
The language on Ifrit, my home world, is quite different from the one spoken in the Coronis Expanse. We bestow more than one meaning upon each word, allowing our wise men to fully express their sagacious thoughts, and us lowly dabblers, our base passions and desires. Take Agi, for example. That is what I call every piece of scum and villain, because Agi means evil and foe.
Well, someone's
and
DS
pathetic
game, their
worm
copies of
unworthy
Skyrim and
of
Oblivion when you were
consideration.
like 9 or 10.
Or take Ashmat. It means fool and little brother.
What
and
console
blind
did you
man
take
who
the copies
stumbles and
from?
would fall into a pit without
Well,
guidance.
I suppose they could have been on
Shireen
different
is-
consoles, but what
Shireen
console?
means friend and comrade and roommate in a battle formation, like we are.
We are definitely roommates in a battle formation. Xbox? Yeah, I was right. You're gonna need at least a few years in limbo for that one. Hate to tell you, Bathwater. You're telling me tales about your colorful past, Jay, but I feel not all of these stories are true.
Listen, Shireen, the giver of happiness and the dearest of my friends. I am who I am. A cold trader, a Casbalican agent, and your partner. We each have a past, and that past is sealed. I'm not prying into your soul, am I? Well, have pity on mine. It has already been gnawed at by the Aji. And if you don't like the sound of that, we'll just go our separate ways. All relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too.
It's fine. Just wanted to let you know I'd noticed. There's some business you wish to discuss?
Oh, Shireen, I did manage to spark your interest.
Some.
Allow me to invite you to a more private place. My words are meant for your ears alone.
Okay. The flickering light of dozens of candles plays across Jay's face, making her small smile appear even more mysterious. Shireen, the Exalted One himself brought us together the day you crossed Vladim's threshold. He led us to the cargo and gave his blessing for its return. Do you know what people on my world say when such a thing happens? What's gained is to be shared with your neighbor. She points at the containers in front of her. One contains a polished Eldari rifle, a rare model, and the other holds an ornate sword. I am sharing what I've gained with you. Please accept these humble gifts in honor of our wildly successful, though suddenly struck, friendship. Truly wonderful gift. I accept it with gratitude. I knew you would appreciate the Xenos' mastery of their craft. I think I literally can't use these. In 3rd grade, you slammed some kid's head against the metal handrails during recess. Who hasn't? You don't know why you did that. Then it must have been part of playing or something. I'm gonna level with you. I think a lot of kids have done that. You're just the only one who remembers doing it. And because that just happens. I swear I've seen that a few times. I don't recall doing it, but I'm sure I did. Jay beams at you, curling a lock of black hair around an augmented finger. After a brief pause, she awkwardly continues. So, the matter I wanted to discuss with you is related to my business. You know that I sell Xeno artifacts to interested Imperial subjects, and Imperial trinkets to Xenos. Business is going well. My network runs even without my participation. When it comes to expansion, that is where I hit a wall. Rivals envious of my success. Jay throws up her hands. Falco especially. I'm certain the theft of the cargo was his doing. But I can never predict what that Ashmog will do next. While the Imperium's authority may be fragmented in the Expanse, it could crack down on people of my profession at any moment. I think I follow. You wish to use me? Exalted One forfend, could such a lowly servant of the Emperor use the radiant bearer of the warrant like some kind of tool? The other way around, however. If the rogue trader put in a good word for me with the servants of the Adeptus Administratum, I could become an official trade representative of the Imperium. Just imagine it. A little scrap of paper will offer me and my agents protection against Ashmag's schemes far better than any refractor shield. Even the Inquisition will have to think twice before they mess with me, because I'll be a representative of the law in my own right. And the best part of all is that this will cost you precisely nothing, Shireen. All you have to do is stop by the Administratum Palace and obtain a certificate from the Master of Seals. My informants tell me the palace is located on Dargonis, your capital world. See how everything is aligned so wonderfully? And of course I'll repay you in kind. How do I benefit from your gaining official status? Besides being in receipt of my eternal gratitude, Shireen? Won't it be beneficial to have someone in your retinue with the weight of authority behind them rather than just another pawn? One slip of my paper and I'll be able to extend my network to systems far beyond footfall. My agents will be your eyes and ears throughout the Expanse. Should take it into consideration. Perhaps your thoughts will move in the right direction with a little encouragement from me, Shireen.
You must have some faction in mind that you would like to establish relationships with? The severe Drusians? The hot-headed pirates of the Kasbalika? You merely need to use the right words like a key or for a lock. People will open their hearts to you, or their wallets. Arrange everything, you merely have to ask. Let's see, the Drusians. I'd gain 2,000 Drusians. 2,000... I could just gain a bunch with any of these. These guys the thing is, all of these have stuff I really want. At least these three do. I don't recall the Drusians. The thing is, the pirates already like me, which means I'm already, like, on... What? No, actually, I should get this first, because the pirates already give me a discount. Not a problem, Shireen. I will have my people put in a good word for you in the right circles. If you change your mind about my proposal, you can always find me nearby on the bridge. Just say the word and I'll come, Shireen. I always go left when I should go right to leave. But this looks more exit-y than this does to me for some reason. I don't know what that reason is. Yeah, let me look at this stuff she just gave me. Oh yeah, it wouldn't be at the bottom, it would be... Drukhari weaponry. I don't have proficiency with Drukhari stuff, so this sword is useless to me. Though it would be useless to me anyway. It's a clave. Area attack has an increased area of effect. Oh yeah, it does. Looks for swords, yeah. Where's that rifle? Wanderer's Portent, Eldari weapon. Rifle can only perform Deadeye shot attacks. Whenever the wielder scores a critical hit with a single shot attack, they gain an additional attack this turn. Wow. That's actually really strong. Maybe I should figure out how to use their guns. Although, even at max I have... What, 6? So I could maybe make 3 kind of good attacks. Or make 2 decent attacks, really.
May the Exalted One protect you. Have you grown bored without... Oh.
Yeah, see you next time. One more person to talk to. Our beloved Sister of Battle.
Greetings.
Waiting for you to tell me about your past and to explain the strange words of that cultist on Footfall.
Yes, I'm ready. I would ask only one thing of you, rogue trader. If I may, I would like to see the chamber of the sacred warrant and kneel before the relic touched by the Emperor himself. A difficult conversation lies ahead of us, and I wish to pray by the relic before I lay my soul bare.
Okay, I'm going to level with you, Argenta. No one told me jack shit about how this works. I never knew he personally touched it. Let's go there right now. Like, he actually signed the document? Probably put his seal on it. You know, paperwork. Still exceedingly rare. Genta drops to her knees, her hands making the sign of the Aquila. Her eyes are locked on the sweeping signature on the warrant, a seemingly mundane thing, merely a flourish on a piece of paper, unless one knows whose hand left that mark, and whose blood is on that paper. If thou seest a flaw in me, smite me. If thou knowest a fall of mine, burn me, with flames of fury and righteousness. But if thou seest a light in me, grace me. If thou hearest this plea of mine, bless me, with wrath of fury and of righteousness. Argenta's voice is sonorous, as if made for singing hymns and prayers. Right now she cannot seem to catch her breath, so overwhelmed with emotion is she. For I breathe by the will of thine, for I live by the law of thine, I carry thy word, O Emperor. I bring solace to servants of thine, and ruin to foes of thine, a fate of terror and righteousness. A
Upon finishing, she closes her eyes and remains silent for a long time with her head raised high. Slowly, like the first licks of flame in a campfire, a smile blossoms on her lips. When Argenta finally opens her eyes, they are alight with uncanny resolution. Rogue traitor, we need to talk, or rather, I need to tell you something. The truth. The truth about how I ended up on Theodora von Valancius' ship, and about the cultists we encountered on Footfall. I'm listening. Please understand, I couldn't trust you before. I'll tell you my story, and you'll see why. Argenta pauses. I'll start at the beginning. It's easier to piece everything together that way. Upon arriving in the Expanse and on Footfall, I found no purpose here, only torment. I wasn't needed. The reliquary I had been assigned to safeguard was already well protected by Reverend Hieronymus' mission. No one was even trying to defile it. For all its lawlessness, Footfall respects the worship of the Emperor. That was when Lady Theodora, head of your dynasty, appeared. She became an agent of divine will, in a way. Argenta falters, searching for the words. It was from her that I learned about a planet recently discovered by her scouts. Salus Prime. For a rogue trader, the planet was of little interest, a feral world, away from convenient warp routes. But for me, learning about its existence was a revelation. Never even heard of such a planet. Does it belong to the von Valancius dynasty? Yes. Now the planet is yours by right, but it's not as simple as that. The warp route leading to it was lost. I'll explain in due time. May I continue? Yes, please. Sorry. Small aside. The description of Salus Prime was familiar to me. It seemed very similar to a world from an ancient legend. The legend of Saint Argenta and her ship. Her voice grows reverent. Argenta, the living saint. She is my patroness. The order named me after her. She died millennia ago, when heretics caused her ship to fall from the skies. But even those blasphemers could not touch Argenta's ashes or her holy relic, the One Star. For the fallen ship, which now served as the resting place for the saints' remains, would only allow the truly righteous to enter. All others would meet their death. Imagine what I felt when this flash of insight came upon me. The world where Saint Argenta's ship fell was merely a vague legend. No one knew its actual whereabouts. And suddenly, I, myself named after the saint, come across this information. I realized at that moment that it was important, and I must journey to the planet and find the ship. So I asked Reverend Hieronymus to let me go for a time on a personal pilgrimage. I boarded Theodora's ship and demanded passage to the newly discovered planet Salus Prime. Why'd you keep your supposition from Reverend Hieronymus? Surely he could have helped you with the search for the ship and the saint's remains. I couldn't just come out and tell him. It was important, revealed to me personally, can't you see? I told Reverend Hieronymus the honest truth, that I was going on a personal pilgrimage to embolden my spirit. It really was a pilgrimage. It was as if Saint Argenta herself had shown me the way, commanding me to undertake this trial. If I had found the ship and set foot on its decks, if I had laid my hand on her remains and the relic, it would have been a sign that I truly had been blessed with the saint's favor. One second, my cat's decided to start hitting his bowl. Sorry about that, I'm back. Let's see. Driven by hubris. That's understandable, searching for your destiny. It was irresponsible of you. Let's look at these. Your actions were driven by hubris, Argenta. It's as if you wanted to keep your discovery all to yourself. It's understandable, searching for your destiny, for your place in the world is a special matter, a personal one. You either succeed at it or you don't. That was irresponsible of you. If you had gotten yourself killed on the planet, no one would have learned about its existence and the holy relic would have been lost. If you were the only one who realized what you were dealing with once the planet had been described to you, then the secret was yours and no one else's, as if the decision of what to do, as is the decision of what to do about it. This is tricky. Let's see. I don't think she's necessarily selfish. Like, driven by hubris. And that's... I don't know if that's true. I think she should have sought out some kind of assistance, maybe. Let's see. And again, she's a sister of battle. She'd know better than me. You were the only one who realized what you were dealing with once the plan had been described to you. Then the secret was yours and no one else's, as is the decision of what to do about it. Glad that you understand me. I've been cold, unless it was my business and mine alone. Imagine Theodora was thrilled with the prospect. Lady Theodora lent her assistance. It was her intention to visit the newly discovered world, and she took me with her. Mentioned something called the One Star. What is it? Apologies, I got so carried away I forgot to explain. The One Star is the relic kept by Saint Argenta. I belong to the Order Sororitus. We attach particular significance to holy relics. The One Star is one of the lost relics of the past, so mysterious that no one even knows what it is exactly. Argenta's hagiography... I feel like that should be a highlighted word. At times calls it a banner, or a set of armor, or a blessed chainsword. One thing is certain, it was a beacon of righteousness. It was lost with Argenta's death. What happens next? Defeat. The ship's augers failed to detect anything of note during orbital scanning. I was expecting this, though. According to the legend, the ship can conceal itself from the naked eye, and only a pilgrim guided by a pure heart can find it. What I didn't expect was an ambush waiting for us on the planet. I landed there was a small unit provided by Theodora. I know Saint Argenta's hagiography by heart. I know all the legends about her. Followed their obscure clues, the descriptions of mountains and rivers from millennia-old tales. I was certain I had found the way to the ship. And that's when we were attacked. The words we heard in the heretic shrine on footfall. Something about ways, doors, pleas addressed to some lord, the edge of daybreak. Argenta is shaking with disgust. They're the same words as those spoken by the cultists who attacked us on Salus Prime. My whole unit perished. All those honest, brave people I had led to search for the relic. It was only by a miracle that I didn't perish along with them. I didn't connect these events at first. The cultists on footfall, the cultists on Salus Prime, cultists attacking the ship, and Conrad's betrayal. What if these are all links in the same chain? What if they've long since infiltrated the ranks of the Von Valencia's servants? What if I led those heretics to the sacred planet with my search? That's why you didn't trust me before, correct? Yes, rogue trader. Argenta looks you in the eye. I saw with my own eyes how a member of your family showed his true colors as a servant of the archenemy. I'd already suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of cultists and was afraid of another betrayal. I couldn't be forthright with you, and so I studied you, looking for seeds of corruption or the light of righteousness. I hope you found the latter. Just to clarify, you were wounded, so you never found Saint Argenta's ship, is that right? Yes. I rushed to Theodora the moment I could walk again. And I insisted on going back to Salus Prime to defend the relic from the heretics. I was told that the warp had destroyed the old route to the planet, that plotting a new one would take a great deal of time and effort.
As if there could be anything more important than protecting the faith and hunting down servants of the archenemy. In any event, the route was lost and all knowledge of it died in the attack on the ship along with the old navigator. Now we have a new lead. The data that we collected in the cultist shrine on Footfall. I don't care what that reprobate we executed said, there must be a way to track them down. Tell me, Rogue Trader, will you help me in this undertaking? Will you help me find this great relic and return it to the people of the Imperium? Let's see, nothing I wouldn't do to reclaim a sacred object for the people of the Imperium. If it's important to you, I'll help. Searching for ancient ships and relics is an exciting prospect, of course. Herx, if the accursed Final Dawn is involved again, it's my duty to help you. Cult must be reduced to ashes throughout the entire Coronis expanse. Important to you, I will help. Genta walks up and places her hand on your shoulder. So be it, Rogue Trader. As I stand here before the warrant, the embodiment of the Emperor's will marked by his own hand, I vow that I will not relent until the holy relic has been returned and the heretics punished. May the light be with us both on this path. See if she has anything else to say after that.
Lord Captain, your presence is welcome. And I wish to apologize for my prior coldness. After our first meeting, I was concerned that he would turn out to be another faithless offshoot of the von Valancius dynasty, like the traitor Conrad. But now I see before me a worthy leader and servant of the Imperium. I am glad to accompany you in your endeavors.
Ready to tell me more about yourself now?
If such is the Rogue Trader's wish, although there isn't much I can tell, I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to know?
Where do you hail from?
Now that I can tell you.
I
come
where are you
from everywhere and nowhere. I am the child of officers of the Imperial Guard. I was born in the hold of a warship, grew up following my parents' deployments from one planet to another, and lost my family in the flames of a righteous war. My memory is like wafts of smoke over a still battlefield. The gray of a ship's plating, the strict cadence of life in military camps. My mother's uniform. I loved looking at it. Then, that battle, the rumbling, the shouting, and the soot, the screams of soldiers burning alive, and the gold of the regiment's Aquila, untouched by soot or blood, the last unsullied piece of a world that was going mad. That was my last memory of my mother, and of my former life, before the Schola Progenium and the novitiate, before my trials, before the vows.
That golden shard you carry with you.
My own relic. It's the regiment's Aquila, or rather, the fragment that survived the attack, the explosions, and the fire. For me, it's a reminder that purity and radiance can be preserved, even in the heart of darkness.
So how did you become one of the Adeptus Sororitus?
Become. It's such a strange word for it. It seems right, but is that how one talks about their destiny? If you're asking about the path itself, that's easy enough to answer. First, like many other orphans, I endured the Schola Progenium. Those years were rough, but I remember the hardship fondly. Few things can compare with the feeling of satisfaction from a past trial, even if it leaves your body aching from exhaustion, or your soul wincing in pain. I was one of the best among my peers, and I was selected for the novitiate in the ranks of the Adeptus Sororitus. When the hour came, I passed the trials and took my vows. The most joyous day of my life. The Emperor's light has always been with me. But to accept it with all your heart, to utter the oaths, that is a rapture like no other.
Have you ever wished for a different lot in life?
Have I ever... But that would be shameful weakness, almost heresy. Of course not. I was born for this. I live by the Emperor's will, and in his light, I myself am the light. I must be the light. For myself, and for those who ask for my protection. I was chosen to serve. But beyond that, I won't deny it. Few things elate me as much as the thought that the heretic felled by my shot will never again orphan a child.
A fun idea.
It is
Thank you.
my pleasure to be candid.
Would like to discuss Salus Prime and the relic you want to find.
Of course, my mission is all I can think about.
Tell me about Saint Argenta, whose relic you're searching for.
Gladly. Listen. Long ago, there was a blessed world. Thousands of stars covered the sky there, so bright that its denizens hardly knew the darkness of night. Thousands of rivers nurtured the soil. Thousands of gardens bloomed every spring, and at every moment, thousands of prayers were flying into the clear air, thanking and praising the Emperor. But one day, the people learned the meaning of darkness. Like a storm, accursed heretics who had sold themselves to the archenemy descended upon the planet. Shells flew from the sky that desolated whole cities and burned the gardens and filled the riverbeds with the blood of the faithful. Smoke and soot swallowed the skies and the 1,000 stars that had once shone over the world. Among the handful of survivors was one orphan who had watched all her family die, and the garden she'd grown up in burn to ash. But in her heart, she knew the absolute truth. Just these 3 words. The Emperor protects. And knowing that, she never looked away from the black, terrifying, smoke-covered sky. There were no more bright stars to be seen. Except for one.
What one?
The one star.
Ooh.
The bright star. The silver star shone in the sky. And when the orphan smiled at it, the one star fell right into her hands. All the faithful in every corner of the continent who saw the trail of the falling star recognized it as an omen and went looking for the place where it landed. And they rallied together. And with the light of the one star, they found their salvation.
Girl from the story, that was Saint Argenta?
Yes, that was the beginning of her hagiography. It is known that she lived on a world where heretics staged a terrible insurrection. They wiped out all life on the planet, except those whom Saint Argenta managed to save with the one star, and with the strength of her faith. After that, she traveled between worlds gripped by turmoil on her ship, marked with a silver star, and brought hope to the faithful. Numerous accounts confirm this. Her coming helped people turn the tide of the war and wipe away corruption before the Imperium's main forces even arrived. Millions of people owed their lives to her, but the heretics, having realized their imminent defeat, sent the remnants of their forces after the ship with the Silver Star. It fell from the skies onto an obscure world. There are no definitive records of how old Argenta was at the time. In some chronicles, she's even called the Child Saint, but their credibility is questionable.
Fascinating.
Either way, she didn't live long. but she left a bright trail in her wake, like a falling star.
So she herself was likely not a member of the Adeptus Sororitus. Did she perhaps predate it entirely? It's a relatively, relative to the Imperium, recent thing. What is this one star?
If I only knew. Neither the hagiography nor the legends give a straight answer. Classical iconographers believed that the star turned into a banner woven from silver thread, which, when brought onto the battlefield, would shed light that blinded only heretics, but did no harm to the faithful.
That'd be nice to
Most
have
of them
around.
portrayed Saint Argenta as a girl carrying this banner. Others think that upon falling from the sky, the one star became a holy chainsword, which Argenta later used to strike down monsters and enemies of the Imperium. In some of the earlier engravings, Argenta is depicted wearing power armor with a silver star on her chest. One theological theory suggests that this armor was, in fact, the relic. Some even think that the one star is actually the ship on which Argenta traveled.
It's rare the Imperium admits they just don't know what something was in one of their own stories.
I feel that my undertaking will be fulfilled when I find the answer that has eluded the Ecclesiarchy for millennia. I pray we find the way to Salus Prime soon. The ruinous powers must be aligned against us. They stand in the way of faith.
I have no more questions.
One day we will reach Salus Prime and stand before the gates of Saint Argenta's ship. I know it. I believe.
Thank you for this conversation. Until next time. Let's see. To another compartment. Let's go to the Astropathic Chapel. Yeah, all you come with me.
How fascinating. To me, the Immaterium is made of colors, but to the astropaths who dwell in this chapel, it is music.
Cursed music. Why do the astropaths not fill this place with litanies in his name instead?
Because they have to be able to hear it, unfortunately. Give me a moment. Sheen uses many quills to commit the astropath's whispers to paper, and sorts the resulting raw mental images based on their meaning. Their third eye lets her see it, but the astropaths here can kind of hear it. Fascinating. Turn is furnished with a conductive charge supply and can be turned into an instrument of execution at any moment. Let's hope we don't have to use that frequently. The back of the throne is smeared with something dark red and old. I'm sure that's unrelated to the fact these can also be execution seats. Coincidence. Underneath the grill, you can see enormous outlines of formidable machines in a greenish haze. Last beacon cannot be saved from the 13th storm. Elapsed father's beloved son will open his yawning maw. Is that normal? Oblivion is inevitable. After the boundless sunset comes the horrific sunrise, brought forth into a wailing world from the womb of... Is that a common occurrence? Do they sometimes just go insane and you have to kill them? You don't seem bothered by it, so
I'm gonna take that as a yes. It is the Immaterium. Suppose you're asking people who really aren't built for this shit to try to make sense of it. Endless stream of symbols fills the paper tapes. Deceased navigator's organ repurposed for the choir master's needs. Here's where processed messages converge from all over the chapel. Let's logic this baby out. Once the text is ready for final interpretation, the compiler sends it to the choir master along with a list of meanings for the known images. Hey, what's up, Sigma? Protect us from the machine spirit's unrest. For without her gifts, our sacrifices are fruitless. You can barely hear the voice of the young astropath standing very still next to the bulky mechanism, his face frozen in a mask of despair. His anemic hands are pressed to his chest, clutching crumpled strips of thick paper. He hears you approach and composes himself. The engine seer, his head lowered, does not so much as glance in your direction. His hands folded underneath his robe, he makes a barely audible, unpleasant sound. A prayer in Technolingua. What's going on here? The sacred compiler is ailing, your lordship. A gloom has come over the machine spirits and they are disrupting the mechanism's operation. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows you a stack of papers and you notice at once that the rows of squiggles in each line all end with the same glyph. You summon the servants of the Omnissiah, but the machine spirits are none too eager to heed their prayers. The esteemed engine seer is in a state of tech prayer trance and hasn't moved from the spot for a day now. He shrinks his head into his shoulders timidly. I had the audacity to think the sacred compiler would be better helped by examining its parts. Who am I to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus? Unit Sigma AR-87 is currently in a tech trance of shared comprehension with the spirit of the Archaeotech device catalog under the name of Stream Spindle. Disturbing this unit is not recommended. You got pizza bathwater? Share the pizza. I want pizza. Give it to me. I mean, share. Pascal falls silent for a few seconds. However, a preliminary diagnostic has revealed several algorithmic faults that are in conflict with the sacred mechanism's processes. A practical intervention into certain cycles will likely aid the release of the accumulated burden. Let's see if there's any way I can help. Is it just pepperoni? I'm pepperoni, yeah. Grumbling receiver router. Scraps of paper are stuck deep inside the mechanism, causing it to rattle terribly. Cleaning the machine's parts... Let me just open this. And anointing them with sacred unguent restores the machine to its clear, clanging voice. Clanging voice, my mistake. Wax-stained interpreter. Once clean of the candle wax that had seeped inside, the inner workings of the interpreter move much more easily. Let me logic this one out. Receiver's enormous reels direct paper tapes. Sorry, I think I just died mentally. Containing unprocessed text in the chapel's depths after blessing the paper with an imprint of sacred cogs. Faulty receiver calibrator. The sensors of the text correcting calibrator are dead. Prayer to the Omnissiah makes the new sensors spring to life. Unnatural unison. The longer you listen to the choral chant, the stronger your headache grows. Probably don't listen to that too long then. Ugh. Saw the choir master praying again. I don't think he sleeps. I think he just prays. Disturbing. Maybe there's more stuff to fix. Oh yeah, here's a cogitator over here that's still fucking up. Miniature screens are displaying red error messages. You command the machine to run a diagnostic, and the messages disappear. How much of this is basic shit that we should have been doing anyways? Like, be honest with me here, Pascal. How much of this should have happened normally?
Transcriber's quills are leaving blots on the paper. Remove the device's casing and discover a leaking ink supply hose. Oh, that's everything with the machinery then. Lordship, the astropath smiles at you. The shy, awkward smile of someone unused to smiling. The sacred mechanism is working again with no disruptions. With a trembling hand, the psyker hands you a strip of paper with smooth rows of etched characters, this time containing no errors. The engine seer rises proudly to his feet and says in Low Gothic, a language he clearly has not had much practice in, "With sacred words and virtuous thoughts turned toward the machine god, I have been able to pacify this mechanism's wayward spirits. The Omnissiah blesses." What now? Recommend installing 2 incense-burning units in this compartment to prevent the spirit's continued anger. The unit Zachary Weiss will be provided with a list of minor recommendations, 142 in total, for improvements to this compartment's maintenance. Failure to implement will result in sanctions on the part of the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood. Hey, we fixed my shit. Oh yeah, her thing's in the freight line, which I should go to eventually. What's the void ship shrine? Let's go look at it with our human eyes. Most of us have human eyes. Pascal has one non-human eye. Not to say it's a Xenos eye, it's just a tech eye. Very big distinction there. Power mole rests inside the glass. Inscription on the reliquary reads, "I am Wrath, I am the cleansing. Whoever wields me walks in the footsteps of Furia." The hell? Among the antique weapons, you spot the maul known as Ferrum Fatum. Legend has it that its head split when it cracked open the skull of the loathsome demon Brenazar the Flare. The Imperium Invictum, the shards of an unknown Angevan Crusade warrior's twin blades, returned from pirate captivity by the grace of the Emperor. Okay. We got buttons here. Okay, first that button, I guess. Then this one. No. Hang on, actually. Furia. Furia. Alright. F. I think that's an I. That's an A. That's an R. That is a U. U. No? Oh, wait, maybe... Okay, I think I know what it is. I think I have to stand on all of them at the same time. Go over to the U. That's what it is. Okay, okay. This is cool. R. I. A. Unquenchable Fury. One-handed light mace. It's a power mace. Maximum push distance of this maul is 5 cells, and any collision damage is increased by 50%. Wow. That's really cool. I mean, I don't have any character who'd use that, so it's useless, but still cool. It is without benefit to me. Equila Anima, fragment of the Cathedral of Eternal Redemption, brought from the Shrine Worlds of Solace 6, now lost. Let me read everything before I start praying. Examine Commerce 99%. Ancient-looking chainsword without a fuel engine rests on the weapon rack. The shape of its teeth makes you think the Ulma Universalis, a pattern from the Angevin Crusade era. Skeleton inside the sarcophagus is holding a spherical object gleaming with gold. Gold. The Rex Regalia, the partially restored blade of Zathutis the Earnest, a missionary who decimated the abominable Xenos and fell in a deathly battle against the unrighteous. That goes to another compartment, so does that. Okay, then let's go do some praying. Your site of prayer, the one you remember best. Fervent Prayer. One resolve in the next combat. Bonus disappears after the combat ends. Gained after praying at the Void Ship Shrine if the character's dogmatic rank is higher than their other conviction ranks. Prayer in the Void Ship's Shrine has filled you with righteous fervor. Onward to victory for glory to the Imperium. Ah, cool. So I should just stop by here for it's only for one combat each, which is a little lame. Let's check on the freight line. Loading, loading, all of the friggin' world. A sturdy-built man with an augmented jaw stands at attention. The dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD-987-A14, Lord Captain. I'm Edek Frenso, Captain of the Enforcers in Lower Deck Bay LD-A14. Master-at-Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay here. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room or to begin your search for the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? Seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and Sauerback know I was coming now? Master-at-Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. Been waiting your arrival ever since then. Every day since then, Lord Captain. I'm sorry, it took me a minute. I honestly completely lost track. I am here to inspect the entire compartment. Curious to see how people on the lower decks live. Frenso glances at you warily. Well, Lord Captain, still out of concern for your safety, I must warn you that you should avoid the farthest sections of the deck. They're ridden with disease, and the locals can be particularly unpleasant to deal with. Kind of riffraff that dwells there, you might even be attacked. Cassia shivers. Such ghastly places you describe. We're not headed there, are we, Lord Captain? France, to put it bluntly, although the bay performs its functions well, even its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. It was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten everything up, since doing so will require making some serious changes. I'm not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I accept full responsibility for what takes place in this compartment.
Let's see. Being assigned here seems almost like exile. Did you commit an infraction?
Shakes his head fiercely. No, Lord Captain. Quite the opposite. I was commended for my service. The compartment has always been a troublesome one. The Master-at-Arms assigned me here because she thought highly of my merits. I'm honored to have earned Mistress Sourback's trust.
What do lower deck officers think of Jocasta Sourback?
Mistress Sourback possesses all the personal and professional qualities required to lead the Enforcer's efficiency, Lord Captain. He enunciates each word with pride, but you note drops of sweat on his brow.
I hereby offer you my assistance, Captain. I shall conduct an inspection, share my thoughts on how to change this place for the better.
But Renzo stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant.
I'm not going to touch any of the parts that are really, really gross.
Freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential area units are despicable rabble.
Let's ease off on that.
One must never drop one's guard around them. The Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit. That's where the madmen and the lepers live.
Cult of the Bloodspun Web has a presence in this compartment, does it not?
That is correct. The Enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties. As regular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the Enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice.
What do you know about them?
Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment.
Frenzo scratches his head thinking.
The Spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folk, and other times even seemingly at random. Rituals are morbid and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiating their rites would struggle to make any sense of them.
I say. Captain grumbles sullenly under his breath. Tell me about this station.
Hub LD-987/A14 connects the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Task is to monitor the flow of the labor force, prevent supply disruption between bays.
Who maintains this hub?
Traffic controllers. Technomats trained by priests of the machine cult to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. Consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine.
Fiery explosion, yes. Especially if one of the trains were carrying macro cannon ordnance. Larger, more fiery explosion, yes.
Also employed here are an Enforcer squad, a team of Inferni, the clerks who keep cargo records, and a Medicae officer. Fine chap whose medicine of choice is a bullet. May the God Emperor forgive him.
Not every void ship can boast its own railway.
That is true. Usually higher class ships are the ones that get trains, but it's far from the greatest thing a rogue trader's warrant can see done. Credit here goes to Lady Theodore's predecessor, on whose orders the Adeptus Mechanicus assisted in birthing this miracle of sacred engineering from the womb of the dynasty's flagship.
There's a situation on the lower decks.
Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforce. Whenever crew are lost on deck, we find replacements from among those rats. If extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs.
That will cause you no problems, I hope?
Surely you're joking, Lord Captain. Rebel are base in nature and mutiny is always on their minds. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations and tinned food to weapons. Confiscate these regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. It's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing the bastards do on a regular basis is build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances. This delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies and caused air and power supply problems in adjacent bays. Burned those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they just keep pressing on regardless.
I see. Be steadfast in your duty. No, that sounds like actually causing problems. They start stealing weapons, then I'm afraid I might have to start stealing heads. Cabela? That was not a euphemism. She just kind of smiles. Targeted dashboard controlling the rail junctions is lit up with indicator lumens for active hubs. Neat. Technomats are performing a sensing right on the sacred power transformer. The machine spirits are running rampant and will not be swayed.
Is that blood? Can't be. We scrubbed the deck 3 times right before the rogue trader came. Void take me, the captain will have our heads.
That doesn't look random. Corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters. Damn those, how did they even... Yeah, I think we got this one. You've seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into their own skin. Cabela carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Dominangath, remember this sign. It is the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail. Do you know what this mark is? Resembles one of the symbols associated with the bloodspun web. What was it called again? The Song of Trailing Blood, I think. It's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. I've heard spinners say it when they perform their signature acts of service to the Emperor. Got it. The soundless shadow sank into the dark, slashed feet crescendo a fatal dance. Blade song in tempo, each edge an echo, twin odes to death throes. Now on her sacred blood, as she once trod the backs of foes, tread countless souls, but none who know. You memorize the verse. I took up my post here. I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. Soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. Questioned a number of people who found the bloodspun web, as I was, trying to figure out if there was anything pernicious about it, and eventually I learned the whole thing. The words are certainly strange, but there's nothing worse than that, it seems. What is the Song of Trailing Blood? What I can tell, it's something like a prayer with several verses that tell about the life of one of the cult's saints. Arion, or the matriarch spider, as they called her. Invited to follow a trail of blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation. Hope you find what you're looking for and return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain. You think you can make out letters woven into the intricate symbol? And though the meaning of each individual letter eludes you, together they unmistakably form an arrow pointing in a certain direction. I'm curious about when they did this, considering you two are just standing there in front of it.
Upper deckers avoid coming here. But how can one live aboard the flagship only
What?
to turn one's back
What?
on all that gives it life?
Well, that's the hub's miles for this work cycle. You have any idea how much it costs? Anything more than baton and the whip is too good for you void dogs. 57 ration cards. That's all I've got, I swear. Baton and the whip, sir. Then the rest on Rotgut again, I'm guessing. Not giving you any more favors. Give out the drink or get used to life in the pestilence pit. We get hit by a train. Wonder what that was about. Huh, sucks to be those guys. Oh, hey, another arrow. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. Shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section. Ah! Yeah, the tinnitus attack. It's not the rogue trader, it's a plainclothes enforcer. That is more believable than the truth, isn't it? That the actual rogue trader came down here for the hell of it. Ooh, y'all burning shit. What's going on over here? Oh, me, it hurts. Mercy. Please. Save me. Young man gasps for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes, somehow intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain, stare at you from under his caked eyelids. What happened to you? Veil cleaner.
I was in my house asleep, but forces came, set fire to it. I didn't break it out in time. Know anything about the mark next to you? Spinner came, painted the symbol, he gave me water and whispered a strange verse. Told me to memorize it, recite it later so the help will come. Here you are, I should...
Begins to whisper, his lips twisted in pain.
Soot-smirched soul, her mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed, knife met heart. Moved from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer anguish and distress. Longing brought to rest, of mortals bound, souls divest.
Let's assess the man's chance for survival. He might survive, but he'll be maimed for life. Too much of his muscle has been charred down to the bone. Even if he does retain some ability to move, pain will be his constant companion. His motor skills have been damaged beyond repair. Broken man or a corpse, time will soon tell.
Times when death is more merciful than a life of perpetual agony. The chances of this unit surviving are slim. Functional usefulness in the event of stabilization of vital processes is minimal. Disposal is recommended. I grant you a merciful death. No. Mercy? Horror flashes in the man's eyes. Once he sees your calm expression, he lets go of the fear and bows his head in resignation. So be it. I can't take this pain anymore. I'd rather die.
Yet burning to death is like the worst way to die. I think this is still preferable. Where'd I get this knife?
There is no curse more terrible than an existence between unlife and undeath. You have liberated a tormented soul, Dominant Goth. The Undying One sees the good you have wrought.
Loot player. A group of gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage, watching a strange duo perform. A man with odd-looking goggles pushed up on his forehead, hands wrapped in worn leather gloves, plays a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a stack of crates supporting some kind of game board. Scruffy Rat is rolling small glass balls around the board. Several workers empty their pockets and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels into the small chest next to the board. Flute player winks at the crowd and switches to a different tune. The rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful balls the players have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the board. Not a single one reaches the goal, a hole marked with a red circle. Rat just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players get their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, new workers immediately take their place. Watch the rat. The rat scurries around the board, spurred on by the flute. Its movements appear erratic at first glance, but after a while, you notice how consistently the balls seem to miss the goal at the very last moment. While the rat's clumsy, amusing scampering distracts the spectators, its nimble tail directs the balls away from the hole. Listen to the tune. I can't have allies help me with this. That's really dumb. Let's bounty hunt some more. Let's see about this. Whenever prey is killed, all enemies in a 10-cell radius have their agility reduced by 5 times its tier for 2 rounds. That's not bad. Score a critical hit, gain 4% armor penetration till the end of combat, it stacks. Not bad. Killed by a critical hit scored by the bounty hunter or their ally, bounty hunter gets double their difficulty % damage for 2 rounds. They score a critical hit, the target's armor is reduced by 5 plus their difficulty tier % until the end of combat, and that 5 is ballistic skill bonus. Whenever an ally kills prey, the bounty hunter gains half the bonuses granted by hunt down the prey. That's not bad. Bounty hunter is attacked in melee range for the first time since the end of their turn. They automatically dodge the attack and move 1 cell in the opposite direction. Bounty hunter does not provoke attack of opportunities for this. What is the catch effect? Suffers a stacking 2 times their difficulty tier plus my perception bonus % penalty to their armor and dodge. Once the catch moves or suffers damage, the catch effect and penalties are removed. If I kill with a critical hit, all allies gain hit chance, a stacking hit crit chance equal to their difficulty tier %. First time they gain difficulty tier movement points. Kills an enemy whose difficulty tier is 4 or higher, immediately reloads their weapon, and attacks the closest enemy in their line of sight. 50% overpenetration, but deals only 24%, which is 4 times my BS plus perception bonuses. First crit in a round grants their allies stacking difficulty tier plus perception bonus divided by 3% bonus to armor penetration. They reload, the bonus is removed. Single shot attack on an immobilized or stunned target. I don't get stuns or immobilize. Does not count for the attack limit once per round. Kills prey whose difficulty tier is 4 or higher. Additional 2 AP. That would be really strong in certain circumstances, yeah. Each enemy affected by piercing shot has their armor reduced by 5%. Alright, what's kill squad? Requires raid. I don't know what raid is. Calm and maim. Claim and maim. Requires claim the bounty. Okay. There's Call the Bold. Ah. On a trail, unlimited range, reduce armor. Got him. Start bounty hunter's turn. They gain 2 MP for each ally who's adjacent to prey. Meh. Not being trailed is killed by an ally. Trailed. Gains an extra turn with half their MP and AP. Bounty hunter cannot attack during this extra turn. That's not bad. Prey deals damage to the bounty hunter's ally. Bounty hunter gains prey difficulty % damage against that prey for 2 round stacks. 7% crit chance against enemies affected with 1 or more of the following effects. Piercing shot has their armor reduced by 5% till the end of combat. Let's look at some of these up here. These seem pretty strong. Agility affects a lot of stuff, actually, so this might be worth it. Although this, just for flat armor penetration that just keeps going, that'd be really good. Because I can get crits very easily. Yeah, I think this. Okay, at least 1 temporary hit point, and they gain 9% parry and armor. That's really good. I don't even need to see the other stuff. That's too good to pass up. Bin's combat with 2 stacks of versatility. 10 weapon skill and 6 ballistic skill when entering combat. 5 plus number of versatility stacks bonus to crit damage. 5 plus number of versatility stacks % bonus to armor. Kept when they use cautious approach or constant approach. Ooh, 10% against anything that has its armor reduced. That's actually really good, because I can do that easily. Have their deflection reduced by effects, they deal +2 damage. Attacks targets that have their dodge reduced by any effects get crit chance. I think, honestly, I think this on you, because it's actually been kind of hard to build stacks for you. Grand strategy. More enemies than allies in the frontline area. All allies in the area gain 7% parry and dodge. There's more allies, they gain more damage. Meh. Stratagem on a frontline area grants allies in the area increased dodge against other allies' attacks. Stratagem on a rear area also makes the allies in that area the enemy's lowest priority target for a round. Combat tactics area grants all allies in the area 3 deflection against the next melee. Allies including the Grand Strategist in the same combat tactics area with the Grand Strategist gain 4 perception and agility. Combat tactics are increased by 4% of the areas not moved for 2 rounds. Affected by a stratagem, all allies in the area gain 1 MP for the following turn, stacks with itself. Yeah, I think that's the most useful. Let's see. Double the first dot they take from him. Suffering from any of their dots. If it's bleeding, burning, and toxin at the same time, all of them deal more damage. Maximum number of wounds for the Executioner depends on their Medicae instead of their toughness. Yeah, let me see what his is. His Medicae is 65, his toughness is 35. That'd actually be pretty good on him, yeah. Yeah, that bumped him up. The Archmilitant and their ally use a heroic act or a desperate measure. Archmilitant gains 1 and 10% damage on all attacks until the end of combat. +1 and +10%. That's pretty good. Stacking versatility increases critical hit chance 5% till the end of the turn stacks. That's not bad. Melee makes the range attacks this turn cost -1 AP, vice versa does not stack. First single target ability used by an ally in the Archmilitant grants +1 action point to that ally. Killed at least one enemy with a melee attack this round. Meh. Use two-handed range weapons within melee range with -10 penalty to ballistic. Crit damage against targets that are that. Range area and range burst attacks. Reduce the weapon skill of all enemies hit by 10. Does not stack. Whenever an ally grants the Archmilitant an extra turn, gain a stack. That could be useful, because she can do that, and she will do that on occasion. Area attacks, both melee and range, reduce the deflection of all the enemies hit by -2 and their armor by 7% until the end of combat. Does not stack. Burst attacks, melee area attacks reduce the dodge of all enemies 8%, does not stack. Targets have a priority, deals extra. Heavy weapon attacks cost -1 action point. She even use heavy weapons at the moment? Enemies were forced to make a resistance test by the Archmilitant. Make any resistant test from any source with a -22 penalty until the end of combat. Wow. Targeted kick must pass a toughness resistance test with a -6 penalty or fall prone for a round. Meh. Let's see. Because I can reduce armor pretty easily, exploit weakness might be worth it. The bonus to her own armor would not go awry, but I want to up her chances of hitting things, which... Double check what this exactly does. Use an attack that's of a different type from the previous attack. They gain a stack of versatility. 3 weapon skill and ballistic skill for each stack. So this would let her... Yeah, I think just... Always ready, just getting to start with more is just really good. They managed to build these shanties faster than we can burn them down. How do I get up there? How do I get that free shit? How did you guys get up there? Oh, there's a ladder. That might assist. Athletics, 60%. Are you sure? Like, whose athletics is it checking there? Okay, yeah, we're really bad odds of that working, so, I'd rather not get wounded in the process of checking. Pascal, give it a shot. Thank you, Pascal. Loader's barely fit for purpose at this point, and the Enforcers still see its complex maintenance as the lesser evil compared to hiring ignorant, clumsy scroungers to do the job. Workers beaten to within an inch of their lives are returning stolen power panels, wires, and microlumens to containers marked disposal. Hello, Heinrich Montag. Oh, the Infernus Master.
Well, Captain, what an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment?
Famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt. I seek the Bloodspun Wimp's temple. Know where they are hiding?
Don't have the foggiest idea.
What are you doing here? Need to patch up Savage, locomotive number 3, under tech priest supervision.
Old Grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad. His boiler catches fire and starts spitting steam at the repairman. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. And after I've done all the most dangerous work, that's when the Iron Brains come in. That's alright, I love Savage.
Sleepy. You tired, Bathwater? Well, go take a nap if you really gotta.
He's in a good mood. Feeling he gets standing his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. Maybe those tech priest drivers get to operate him every day. Roar of the boiler, wheels thumping. Like mad, and all that furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to the slightest movement. How about
I introduce you? I can't turn down an offer like that. You must stay. I appreciate your conviction. The panel before you is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibration as the iron beast beneath your feet growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you.
Sheen is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. Need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line.
Initiating the train blessing algorithm. Let not corrosive wear separate the wheel sets. Let the traction drive receive the touch of the motive force granted by the invisible hand of the Omnissiah. Let his grace strengthen the joints and supports that lift the body above the decay of mortal tracks. Hear me, driver, and praise the machine god thrice, for it is only by his will that the miracle of sacred locomotion is accomplished. The blessing has been successfully executed.
Listen to the rumbling noise. The stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling. The scarlet glow of the lumens on the control panel makes you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. What should I do? Put your hand on the big lever and gently give it a pull. Very gently. Henrik's face is focused. His voice has not lost any of its playful cheer. Savage does not like being hassled. Grasp the lever and gently pull it toward you. A few erratic jolts shake the platform, and an indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand. There's a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring.
You feel it? So much energy and defiance in him. There's a rocket, not a locomotive, unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand.
Almost a loving tenderness in Heinrich's voice.
Pull the lever towards you, smoothly but firmly, then pump the fuel with his command rune.
Unruly and defiant, but submits to a strong hand, much like yourself.
You don't say.
Pull the lever and pump the fuel. New explosion inside Savage shakes his iron body, causing your eyes to see double from the vibration.
Now you're feeling his real power. He'll run down the entire freight line in a minute, given the chance. Kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Try applying some thrust to the main rotor. Grab those paired levers to give them a firm tug.
Sure. Tech use test succeeded. Torrent of steam bursts from the slit in front of your face, but Heinrich deftly covers you with his shoulder. A moment later, you realize you cannot hear a thing. Or rather, you hear only one thing.
The roar of the engine, triumphant and powerful. Looks like Savage has agreed not to kill us both.
The Tech Priest Guardians will be pleased.
All hail the Lord Captain. You've subdued a mighty beast today. I'm sure you have urgent business to attend to. It's time for me to drive Savage down the line, see if he's feeling cranky.
Most intriguing, Heinrich. I'm pleased. I have wished for anything more, your lordship. Have a good trip. I think it's gonna be alright. Savage would never fry me. Right, Savage? That was interesting. Burn out folks' belongings, hot from the oven. One ration card off the price for regulars. This shift only. Master Fish, permission to get more pizza. Bathwater, you don't have my permission to not get more pizza. If there's more pizza, you are required to get it. What the hell kind of question was that? Go get the dang pizza. Commerce. Judging by the merchant's round, well-fed face, the rusty junk laid out on the counter is merely a smokescreen for the more valuable, and likely illegal, goods that are now hidden from idle glances. Just trying to be considerate of others and their wants. A group of beggars are rattling their alms mugs and ostentatiously displaying their hunger-sunken bellies in various disfigurements. Toothless man falls to his knees before you. Your lordship, spare a throne for those who can't even get the worst jobs. Just ignore them. Beggars circle around you insistently, casting plaintive glances into your eyes. Bandwidth bastards gone bleeding mad. Another 20 of our folk torched along with their shacks. Stop building shacks in front of the maintenance shit, you dumbasses. I've been alive once, then spend the rest of my life breaking my back shift after shift for a few measly ration cards they'll just take from me anyway. And beat me up for good measure. Ooh. Stack of ration cards. Greasy stack cards, each entitling the holder to one portion of ration protein and a mug of water. How many times I need to tell you ungrateful maggots? Mistakes must be paid for. Have mercy in the throne's name, I beg you. What precisely is happening? Battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toe of your boot with his dirty palms. Gracious lordship, hand of the god emperor, save your unworthy servant. Get lost. Forcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. The sound of breaking bones, the man's cry, and the enforcer's hateful laughter remind you of what you went through yourself. Too vividly, and too painfully. Gain the Echo of Torment permanently. -10 penalty to perception. Seeing the workers beating has brought up memories of your own torture. Sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot. I'll clean it right away. A murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who've gathered around. None of the other workers dare come closer, but the anger on their faces is plain to see. I intend to hear this man out. Lordship, I work hard. Never even take breaks to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. Forces shake me down every shift just like they do every other honest hard worker who... Enough whining. Did I give you permission to interrupt him? You and your pals lifted a box of Nutribars a few watches ago. You have more pizza? Jesus Christ be praised. Yeah, you know, or whoever got you the pizza. I don't know, maybe someone else gave you permission to get pizza. And beat the life out of you because I took pity on you and this is the thanks I get? Quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we had no way to earn. Today you earn 15 cards in a single shift because you do the work of 3 people, right? You take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in and take their share. Didn't do them in, it was an accident. They got their heads bashed in by crates, the dead don't need rations. Am I to understand the enforcers are appropriating earnings from workers after their shifts?
Appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute, the enforcer mutters gloomily. Rebel are a lying and thieving lot. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards. Prevent supply embezzlement and famine.
Do take our cards, your lordship, and then grow fat using them for themselves. Worker's eyes squeeze shut tightly as he whispers his accusations. Seems unable to believe his stroke of luck. Let's see. I could speak absolute nonsense. Let's see. He did steal, but he stole food. Let's see. Let's turn the cards and do not dare abuse your position again. No, if you abuse your position even once, you're fucking out. Consider yourself discharged, thief. Tomorrow you are to stand here and queue for a work assignment like the others. The enforcer freezes in place, not daring to raise his hands to his red-hot face, and squeezes out a lifeless... Yes, Lord Captain. The onlooking workers bellow triumphantly and point at the enforcers, praising the Lord Captain. A sullen, red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seemed to size you up the whole time you're speaking, but now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. Next thing you know, you're watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. The God Emperor protect you and all of House Von Valancius, Lord Captain. I have no patience for those who abuse their authority. And I don't give a single damn what you think your reason is. If you don't have any proof for it, be gone. You see anything like that again, you beat the enforcer to death with your bare hands. Is that a literal order? No. Just make him... Just fucking stop him. They're not supposed to be doing that shit. Just beat the hell out of people. The hell is wrong with you people? Do I have to go back for Abelard so I can do athletics stuff? I think I kinda do. It's also getting a bit late. I've been going for a while, so maybe this is a good spot to end anyways. Go to my quarters. Go to my nickels too while I'm at it. Nyah, 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 nyah. Blah. You want to stretch too, doggy? You want to stretch too, Tub? Here you are. You stretch out. You stretch all over yourself, won't you? You'll miss me? That's very flattering, Bathwater. I'll miss your pickup lines. And maybe at least slightly you. At least a little bit. Like me. Let's do some ablutions. Fuck. What? I thought that's what you wanted to be remembered for. Which one of you is painting me naked? Please stop. Wish to see someone from my retinue. And then would you like me to summon your lordship? Genta, I wish to know what the Sisters of Battle do in their spare time. At once. Goth, are you conditioning your body with water treatments? How commendable. Allow me to share some of the water exercises I learned at the Schola Progenium. I do not. I have a 0% chance to fight this. Oh my god. Perfect. Argenta briskly explains how to stretch your muscles correctly. She makes you repeat each exercise multiple times as she teaches you the best way to do bends and squats. Her eyes are alight with righteous fire and her voice rings out with conviction. She shows the same dedication to completing each exercise as she does to destroying heretics. Athletics test failed. I don't have good athletics. Though Oh yeah. Sister is tireless, but you do not have her stamina. Your burning muscles beg for mercy and your legs cramp as you gasp for air. This is not exercise, this is torture. Argenta wipes the sweat from her brow with an air of satisfaction. Good work, Ngoth. Healthy body's like a finely tuned bolter, a worthy instrument of his will. Take my leave now, rest and recover your strength. I am done with my ablutions. We're gonna save the game. Need to match her stamina to... Look, bathwater. There's such a thing as the girl being on top. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. Just name this. Bring Abelard to the line, so that I maybe know next time. I'll deserve rest. Higher initiative in the next combat, one-time bonus. So I should probably do this every time too. But that's gonna do it for this one. I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Bye bye, YouTube.